Chapter 1064. Second last asked softly, "Is there anything else to report?" "No, I'll go back first." The heavenly hound was a shrewd old fox. After hearing second last's words, he immediately turned around and left. After the Tengu closed the door, Jiang Shao said, "I would like to request for the tail feather squad to carry out this mission. The six-tailed Gushur and has just come out of seclusion, and the five-tailed I Ching-chun has just been given a code name by me. This mission is a good opportunity to test them." Second last smirked and said with a hint of pride in her reproachful tone, "Others will be risking their lives if they go in, but you're thinking of going in to assess the team members." Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "I want to keep a low profile too, but my strength doesn't allow me to." Second last stopped smiling and put on a stern expression. After some thought, she said, "Even if I get someone to take over my work and enter the ruins of Calamity for training, I can't leave Dajang province. This is a matter of principle." Jiang Shao looked at second last in disappointment, but he had no choice but to nod helplessly. Second last said, "Phone call." Jiang Shao. Second last stared at Jiang Shao without moving. Feeling even more helpless, Jiang Shao stood up and walked to his desk. He then picked up the phone and handed it to second last. "Are you lazy, or do you just want to order me around?" "Both." Second last gestured to the keyboard and said, "Dial the number." Second last reported the numbers while Jiang Shao pressed the buttons. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, second last actually called the Dragon Cave base. Jiang Shao could tell from the way second last addressed him that he was the second in command of the Dragon Cave base, Officer Xiaobo. The more he listened, the more delighted Jiang Shao became. After all, they were on the same side. Second last is actually fighting for benefits for the team? Holy shit. Every time they carried out a mission in the Dragon Cave, everyone would bring the star beads they obtained and hand them to the base, which would then distribute the rewards to everyone. However, this time, second last was discussing with Xiaobo about distributing the dragon prisoner star bead to the team. After a while, second last put down the receiver and handed it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao looked at second last in bewilderment and asked, "How did the negotiation go?" "How'd it go?" Second last frowned slightly and said, "This isn't a negotiation, it's an application for a reward. You are all heroes, especially for the mission to explore the Dragon Cave. The contribution of the Tail Feather Squad is obvious to all." Jiang Shao looked at second last in a daze and asked, "So it's done?" Second last nodded and said, "According to our previous experiments, killing Qiu Long will cause the Dragon Cave to close. Therefore, before killing the imprisoned dragon, obtain more resources. This way, you will be rewarded with more resources." Second last then waved her hand, and an almost invisible silhouette swam slowly under her palm. Second last pushed the little hidden dragon towards Jiang Shao and commanded, "Take it with you and set off now. Lead the team to Fin City and leave the country from there." Jiang Shao stared at second last in a daze. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. "Kill my big cat," second last asked. "What are you waiting for? Bye-bye." Jiang Shao turned around and opened the door to the Calamity Shadows world, walking straight in. Second last was speechless. At the same time, Jiang Shao's Calamity Shadow training room. Marta was holding a sword and fighting Chen Lingtao, who was holding a halberd, in the corner. In a corner of the gym, not far away, Xia Yin, Han Jiangxue, Gu Shi-en, and I Ching-chun were sprinting on a row of treadmills. They seemed to be in the middle of a competition or simply training. "Gather." Jiang Shao appeared behind everyone. At this moment, his control of the Seed of Our Star map had become more exquisite, and he could control Marta to trample on the little kids while moving freely. Of course, there were also restrictions on moving freely. If Jiang Shao and Marta were to join the battle at the same time, there would still be problems. "What's the matter?" Han Jiangxue was the first to stop, and the method was rather interesting. She suddenly summoned the Seed of Our Star and put it on her body, after which her body floated up by 5 centimeters. Under her feet, due to inertia, the treadmill's roller and belt were still spinning with a hoo-hoo sound. Jiang Shao said, "There's a mission. Gather." Jiangshuo's figure flashed and disappeared. Han Jiangxue also picked up the ripple ball and activated the ripple teleportation shield. She then teleported the 3 people beside her to the exit. The 4 of them panted heavily and walked out. They then stood in the living room on the first floor of the stone villa, only to see Jiang Xiao drinking milk. What mission? Huh, I'm about to win, Xiaoyan said with her arms akimbo, glaring at Jiang Xiao in displeasure. The dragon cave is open again, Jiang Xiao said while handing half a bottle of milk to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan grabbed it and raised her head to gulp it down. Gulp, gulp. Gu Shiren, who was bending over and resting his hands on his knees, suddenly straightened his body and asked with glistening eyes, Dragon Cave. Finally, he caught up with the others. Jiang Xiao was going to bring him along for the Dragon Cave mission this time. Yes. Jiang Xiao nodded and said with a smile, there are still 2 empty star slots in your star map. You could try your luck. Gu Shiren wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, no, Han Jiangshue's and Xiaoyan's star maps also have empty slots. They can go first. Jiang Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to look at the adorable Yi Qingshun and said, there doesn't seem to be any star techniques suitable for medical assistance in the Dragon Cave, but it's not bad to catch a dragon pet. However, Jiang Zhao's words were a little biased. In fact, there was a star technique in the Dragon Cave that was suitable for medical assistance, and that was the Dragon Prisoner Star Bead. Big Cat, on the other hand, had already helped someone apply for the Dragon Prison Star Bead. However, in Jiang Zhao's heart, the Dragon Prisoner Star Bead was meant for Han Jiangxue. Hence, he didn't say it out loud, huh? Yi Qingshun blinked and asked, Dragon Pet? Young ones should be hard to come by, right? Jiang Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, that's true, but our team has already carried out 2 Dragon Cave missions, and we've managed to bring out a star pet each time. Yi Qingshun was speechless. At the side, Gu Shi and nudged Yi Qingshun gently with his elbow. Yi Qingshun turned around and noticed Gu Shi's expression. She hurriedly snapped back to her senses and said, Xiaoyan doesn't have a dragon pet yet. Senior, you can go first. Besides, Pippi, don't you have one too? Gulp, gulp, burp. Xiaoyan burped and wiped her mouth. Little Qingshun, you know how to respect your seniors. Not bad. Fortunately, Gu Shi was not Jiang Xiao. Otherwise, Gu Shi would definitely be full of resentment. I had the same thoughts and did the same thing. Why didn't I get any compliments? Although Xiaoyan addressed him as Little Qingshun, they were actually of the same age. Besides, Yi Qingshun's birthday was on June 23rd, which made her 2 months older than Xiaoyan. However, due to the fact that Jiang Xiao was her master, Yi Qingshun's seniority seemed to be lower. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, you have a planet now. Maybe we can capture a few dragon creatures according to their gender and throw them into this world to reproduce. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, yes, it's just like how we eat eggs. If they give birth to a baby, we'll take it away and absorb it. If they give birth to one, we'll take one. Han Jiangxue was speechless. Yi Qingshun said worriedly, that's a good idea, but aren't we going to migrate to Pippi's planet in the future? Aren't the creatures in the Dragon Cave too powerful to be used as a refuge for humans? What if? Jiang Xiao said, that's not a big deal. The planet is huge. I can throw a few crystal dragons to the Antarctic continent. They should like the environment there and won't run around. As for the food source, I'll throw tens of thousands of white ghouls on the Antarctic continent. They reproduce quickly and can't swim. Hence, they won't be able to leave the Antarctic continent. Tens of thousands of white ghouls with strong reproductive abilities will be enough to rear a few crystal dragons. I'll throw the star dragons in the Pampas grasslands and the hidden dragons in the Sahara Desert. Since the white ghouls can survive in the snowfield, the grasslands and deserts won't be a problem. Xiaoyan smacked her lips with a pained expression and said, I'm afraid more than 100,000 white ghouls have died in your hand for the sake of upgrading the quality of your star technique. Right? Now, you have to use tens of thousands of white ghouls as food. TSK. It's really the blessing of the white ghouls to be able to produce someone like you in Beijiang province. Jiang Shao was speechless. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "Your Calamity Shadow world is based on a mutated sphere. If you throw star beasts into it, all the star beasts will probably be restricted by the rules of the region and won't run to other places." With a bitter expression, Jiang Shao said, "Actually, I've already flashed and searched for the location of the Calamity Shadow world, the Dragon Cave, but I didn't find it." Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "No, there's no Dragon Cave in the Calamity Shadow world. I didn't find it at the border between China and the Russian Federation." Han Jiangxue thought about it and asked, "What about the mutated sphere? Have you been there before?" Jiang Shao sighed and said, "When I was looking for Little Chongyang back then, I turned the 3 northern provinces upside down, including the Beijiang province region. It turns out that there's no such special terrain in the Dragon Cave." Han Jiangxue thought about it again and again before nodding. "That's right. There's a desert, snow mountain, grassland, and wilderness. It's impossible for there to be a mixture of 4 types of terrain in Beijiang." Jiang Shao said, "The Dragon Cave's dimensional space is also different from the other dimensional spaces. It's just a small entrance, so I think it's very likely to be a space tunnel. It's an entrance that connects Earth and a mutated sphere. However, we've only been to the Dragon Cave twice, and both of them were to search for star beads. Hence, it's hard to confirm. I didn't find the entrance to the tunnel on the mutated sphere either." Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, "All dimensional spaces are essentially space tunnels that connect Earth and a mutated sphere." "Huh?" Jiang Shao froze for a moment and pondered for a while before saying, "That does make sense." At the side, Xia Yin said meekly, I remember that it's going to be Lunar New Year in 3 days, right?" Xia Yin's brain is really amazing. While everyone was solving mathematical equations, she suddenly said, "There's a strange glint in the fish's eyes." Jiang Shao scratched his head. Birds of a feather flocked together. The people around him, especially those who came from Beijiang, were indeed obsessed with the new year and attached great importance to it. Jiang Shao wanted to reunite with Second Last and Han Jiangxue, watch television, and eat dumplings. He couldn't abandon his tradition. On the other hand, Xia Yin probably wanted to reunite with her parents. To be exact, she wanted to reunite with her mother. They would only meet each other once a year. Jiang Shao said to Xia Yin with a conflicted expression, "After you go out later, give Uncle Xia a call. Tell him that you'll be spending the Lunar New Year in the Dragon Cave this year." Xia Yin looked at Jiang Shao in bewilderment and stammered, "Do you want Xia Shanhai to break my leg?" Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "It's okay. You have many legs. Even if you break one, you still have 3 left." Xia Yin exclaimed, "What did you say?" Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and accidentally blurted out what was on his mind. He frantically said, Uncle Xia probably can't beat you now, right?" Xia Yin rubbed her chin and seemed to be thinking about the problem seriously. Seeing that Xia Yin's attention was quickly diverted, Jiang Shao felt relieved and said, "So what are you afraid of? Didn't you post on Weibo 4 or 5 years ago that you wanted to level Shanhai?" As soon as Jiang Shao brought it up, Xia Yin immediately flew into a rage. She hollered angrily, "You were the one who posted that on Weibo. You even lied to Xia Shanhai and said that I posted it. When did I say that I wanted to level Shanhai?" Jiang Shao retreated and muttered, Yes. Ning is a filial daughter. We shouldn't be unfair to him." "Unfair? Drag, huh?" Gu Shi and turned around and looked at Yi Qingchun beside him. Yi Qingchun covered her mouth with one hand and whispered, "We've just gone to Galaxy and are just qualified to enter the Dragon Cave, but Pippi has already started to raise dragons. Have you been to the Dragon Cave before?" "TSK. So what if he's raising a dragon?" "Raising a dragon. Raising." Gu Shi scratched his head and mumbled to himself for a while before saying, "Raising a dragon. It's indeed quite powerful. I've never been to the Dragon Cave either." "Oh, Pippi's child must be very blessed in the future. As long as he awakens, he'll be able to absorb dragon star beads. I Ching-chun lowered her head and said softly. As soon as she said that, I Ching-chun suddenly felt that there was silence. She looked up, only to realize that everyone was looking at her. I Ching-chun's face reddened, and he quickly lowered his buzz-cut head. I wish everyone a safe and healthy Lantern Festival. Please vote for the little toxic healer. Chapter 1065. At night, in Xiao Zhan's office at the Dragon Cave base. Star Power Upgrade. Galaxy Stage LV. 3. Jiang Xiao made up his mind and spent 1,000 skill points to raise his star power level from Galaxy Stage Level 2 to Level 3. Under normal circumstances, in any stage of star power, the small levels of 3, 6, 9, and 10 represented the small thresholds of the early, middle, late, and peak stages. Since Jiang Xiao could afford it, he decided to maintain his usual style and push the threshold up. Of course, Jiang Xiao had the time to do that because he was listening to Xiao Zhan's instructions. Although Jiang Xiao was a colonel and a deputy brigade commander, his rank was still not high enough to face the second-in-command of the Dragon Cave base. Besides, he had to be obedient in someone else's territory. Of course, Xiao Bo was extremely polite. Jiang LV, we already know how the Dragon Cave works. Your team is different from other teams. You have the ability to hunt imprisoned dragons. That's a fact. In the past 2 missions in the Dragon Cave, you've already handed in 2 dragon prisoner star beads. Yes. Jiang Xiao exited the internal star map and nodded profusely. I know what Brigadier Luan and you talked about, but don't worry, we're definitely very cultured. We won't go to the imprisoned dragon cave to hunt it down for the sake of a star bead. Hee. Xiao Bo replied. Jiang LV, you must be joking. Of course, I trust the warriors of the Tail Feather Brigade. There's no doubt about that. What I mean is, under the premise of ensuring our own safety, I hope that the warriors can obtain more resources. Xiao Bo looked at the row of cloaked figures standing behind Jiang Xiao and secretly marveled in awe. Of course, he knew about the resumes of Gu Shi and I Ching-chun. These young people were only in their 4th year of university this year, but they were led by Jiang Xiao to carry out the top missions in China. It could be said that the younger generation was going to surpass the younger generation. These people were all players who had gone through many rounds of selection and finally represented China in the World Cup. From this perspective, their foundations were definitely strong, which was why they had such a high success rate. Or rather, when they stood on the field of the World Cup, they were already considered to have matured. Jiang Xiao answered, That's only right. You and I are both clear about the situation in the world. 1 more star bead means 1 more powerful star technique for the warriors of China. That's a blessing for the entire country. We know what to do. All right. Xiao Bo pressed his hand on Jiang Xiao's shoulder. Xiao Bo, who is 30 years older than Jiang Xiao, was feeling extremely complicated. He said, I won't say too much. You guys can set off now. You must ensure your own safety. That's the prerequisite for everything. Even if you don't obtain any star beads, it'll be enough as long as you return safely. Of course, Xiao Bo knew whether gold was better or the finger that could turn stone into gold. It was Jiang Zhao's 3rd time leading a team into the Dragon Cave, and he had already proven that the existence of the team was more precious than the star beads in the Dragon Cave. Jiang Xiao nodded and quickly left with everyone. Jiang LV. Xiao Bo's voice suddenly came from behind. I'm here. Jiang Xiao stood at the door and turned around. Xiao Bo said, Xiaoyan star map still has some empty star slots, right? Previously, she applied for all the dragon concealment star beads, but she only managed to absorb 1 star technique, body concealment. Xiaoyan looked embarrassed and felt that Jiang Xiao was staring at her. She stood up straight and said, Yes. Xiao Bo nodded and said, You don't have to bring out the dragon concealment star beads that you obtain in the Dragon Cave. You can apply for distribution later. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. With a solemn expression, Xiao Bo confirmed again and said, After the Tail Feather team obtains the dragon concealment star beads in the Dragon Cave, you can absorb them directly. That way, it'll be helpful for you to carry out your mission. Everyone was stunned to hear his words. The Dragon Cave was the top mission in China, and it was extremely serious. Jiang Xiao and the others certainly had abilities that ordinary people couldn't reach, and could pull some tricks in the Dragon Cave. However, as a soldier who was personally trained by Second Last, they would definitely take out all their star beads obediently even if there was no one around to supervise them. After handing them over, they would then apply for a reward from the Dragon Cave. That was a matter of principle. However, Xiao Bo's words had already shown the importance that the Chinese army attached to the tail feather team. Everyone knew that the order couldn't have been issued by Xiao Bo alone, but by the Dragon Cave guards and even the higher-ups of China. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but glance at Gu Shiren. Xiao Bo looked over. Of course, he knew that Gu Shiren was the shield warrior, and he also knew what Jiang Xiao was asking. Xiao Bo nodded and said, "You heard what I said." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Yes." Gu Shiren also noticed these small movements and understood what Jiang Xiao had fought for him. At this moment, Gu Shiren's heart was filled with emotions. He had tasted the feeling of privilege. The privilege was not innate, but Jiang Xiao had earned it time and time again through his actions. He felt like his predecessors were planting trees, and his descendants were enjoying the shade. The 5 of them and the 5 cloaks darted into the entrance of the Dragon Cave, while the Chinese and Russian soldiers looked at them in awe and admiration. It was still the familiar intersection of the 4 terrains. In the distant western sky, there was a bright moon that was falling rapidly and the stars that were moving rapidly. It was the speed at which the stars were falling that allowed Jiang Xiao to comprehend the star transformation martial arts by accident. When he arrived at the Dragon Cave again, Jiang Xiao was filled with emotions. "Did you guys notice the look in the eyes of those soldiers?" Xia Yin asked with reddened eyes. She was not slow at all as she quickly summoned the realm tears. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. Jiang Zhao's eyes were also red, and he said, "That's what we deserve." Xia Yin opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything else. She personally felt that it would be more accurate to say we. Of course, Xia Yin didn't want Jiang Xiao to be too arrogant, so she didn't retort. Han Jiangxue said, "I should also add a large-scale and perceptual star technique." Yes, Crystal Dragon has this star technique, but its output star technique overlaps with your meteorite flame. Jiang Xiao secretly emitted star power threads and led the 4 of them into a world of ice and snow. Jiang Xiao said, "In terms of functionality alone, the Tear Demon star technique of the Forest of Tears is more suitable for you. The sound tears can disrupt the enemy's mind, the fog tears can block one's vision and perception, and the realm tears can perceive everything." Han Jiangxue pondered for a while before continuing. However, the realm tears and the ice crystal domain are 2 whole qualities apart. There's a qualitative difference in the range of perception, and the time required to activate the star technique is also very different. Han Jiangxue was right. The other star warriors were different from Jiang Xiao, for they did not have the ability to improve the quality of their star techniques. It would indeed be inappropriate for Han Jiangxue to absorb a gold-quality realm tier star technique at this moment. The most important thing was the difference in the activation time. Jiang Zhao star quality realm tier could instantly summon water droplets around his body, but the range of perception was limited to 8 meters. The gold quality realm tier would have to summon dark clouds in the sky for rain to fall. However, the diamond quality ice crystal domain was different. In normal environments, the water element would be up to standard. Hence, Han Jiangxue could directly summon the ice crystals. Jiang Xiao thought about it again and said, "However, before you absorb other star techniques, you should first absorb the Dragon Prison star technique. It's more functional." Jiang Xiao immediately activated Enmity and waved his hand to open the door of the Calamity World. A small hidden dragon had been waiting for a long time. It scurried out happily and circled around Jiang Xiao. "Papa Jiang is taking me to plot against people again. I'm so happy." Jiang Xiao extended his hand and stroked the hidden dragon that was connected head to tail, allowing it to circle around happily. It was cold to the touch. According to the plan, shall we throw a few crystal dragons into the Antarctic continent? While the three of them were discussing high-end topics, the two newbies, Gu Shi and Yi Qingshun, were still observing the surroundings foolishly, paying special attention to the strange phenomenon in the sky. The dark cloud summoned by Jiang Shao and Xia Yan's realm tier, star technique, could only cover the sky above them, but could not fill the sky. Hence, the two of them could see the rapidly rising sun. Isn't the flow of time in the dragon cave a little too fast? Jiang Shao ordered. From now on, everyone, keep quiet. Jiang Shao then looked at Yi Qingshun and said, Qingshun, I'll give you an example first. Next time, I won't have to do it myself. Huh? Yi Qingshun froze for a moment. She was suddenly called out and was at a loss for what to do. She had no idea what her master wanted her to do. I'm just a newbie. Am I going to be entrusted with such an important task as soon as I come in? Isn't it a little too sloppy? To Yi Qingshun's surprise, Jiang Shao actually dared to show off in the dragon cave. How could he do anything in such a dangerous place? There was no need for Jiang Shao to remind them to keep quiet at all. When he brought them to a sleeping crystal dragon, Gu Shi and Yi Qingshun held their breaths and dared not even breathe loudly. Jiang Shao floated over and opened the door of the Calamity World diagonally above the crystal dragon. Behind the door was the location of the Antarctic continent in the Calamity World. Jiang Shao turned to look at Yi Qingshun and said, Watch carefully. Yi Qingshun's eyes widened in fear, and she wished she could cover Jiang Zhao's mouth with her hand. Although the crystal dragon's snoring was very comforting, you can't be reckless. What are you saying? What if you wake it up? Jiang Shao looked up at the door of the Calamity World that was opened at a 45-degree angle. He squatted down, and a green glow circulated on his fist. Jiang Shao leaped up abruptly and punched upwards while hollering, Oil-sucking root. The world's best martial arts comes from the rising dragon. The sleeping crystal dragon was blasted into the door of the Calamity World by Jiang Zhao's punch. As Jiang Zhao's punch was aimed at the connection between the crystal dragon's head and body, the crystal dragon's neck was the first to fly backward due to the repelling effect of the green glow. Therefore, the posture of the crystal dragon's 35-meter-long body was rather comical. It was like a bean sprout, drooping its head and body as it flew in with a whoosh. Jiang Shao closed the door of the Calamity World and turned to look at Yi Qingshun. Have you learned this Mount Lu rising dragon tyranny? Yi Qingshun nodded his head obediently. Yes, yes. Jiang Shao nodded his head with a gratified expression. As expected of my poison milk disciple, he understood immediately. Hiss! The little hidden dragon wrapped around Jiang Zhao's body with its head on Jiang Zhao's shoulder excitedly and continuously swam around Jiang Zhao's body. Wow, what a sneaky move. I like it so much. Hiss! Jiang Shao gasped in pain and hurriedly said, Be gentler. Do you know how much strength you have? Are you trying to strangle me to death? Wu, the little hidden dragon, looked aggrieved. Unfortunately, no one could see it clearly. Gu Shi and had a strange expression on his face. He even had an illusion that Xia Yan had experienced the same thing before. The dragon cave, that everyone's expression changed, didn't seem to be that dangerous. Why was it so cheerful? Chapter 1066. The Tail Feather team spent the Spring Festival of 2020 in the Dragon Cave. It was a very meaningful spring festival. In the past 3 days, everyone had been searching nonstop for star beads. With the help of Jiang Zhao's star quality enmity star technique, they had already obtained 22 crystal dragon star beads. In the beginning, Gu Shi didn't react and thought that Jiang Shao would always be able to find the sleeping crystal dragon. By the time they slaughtered the third crystal dragon, Gu Shi finally realized that Jiang Shao was simply too vicious. He actually managed to poison the crystal dragon to make it fall asleep. With Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan's demonstration, Gu Shi and Yi Qingshun also followed suit. Yi Qingshun and Gu Shi worked together to decapitate the crystal dragon. They were all wearing cloaks, each of them grabbing a dragon's horn, carefully picking up the crystal dragon's head and sending it into the space gate of the Calamity Shadow World. Then, Jiang Shao closed the space gate and completed the decapitation. It was comparable to the slogans of the advertisements on the streets. 3 seconds of effortless work, and the dragon's head will disappear without a trace. I'm a tough dragon. On New Year's Eve, Xiaoyan also received a special New Year's gift. Diamond quality, hidden dragon, hidden surge. It was truly a dragon with one sword. The impact was so strong that it was terrifying. Gu Shi and was extremely envious. However, the 6 hidden dragon star beads that they obtained were all given to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan still managed to obtain one and absorb it. On New Year's Eve, after obtaining a hidden dragon star bead, she finally succeeded in absorbing the terrifying output star technique. At this point, everyone also set a rule that they would absorb the star technique together after collecting all 7 dragon beads. On one hand, they could do it in one go, and on the other hand, they could make a wish. In addition to the 22 crystal dragon star beads, they also obtained 7 fog dragon star beads and 4 star dragon star beads. It was truly a bountiful harvest. As for Gu Shi and Yi Qingchun, the 3 days of New Year had given them quite a fright. The two of them had never experienced such a thrilling battle in their lives. They were really putting their lives on the line. After 3 days of battle, everyone once again understood one thing. If it wasn't for the little toxic healer, this group would have been wiped out countless times. What was worth mentioning was that Jiang Zhao's dragon breeding base had officially opened. No one dared to capture too many dragons. On the Antarctic continent, Jiang Zhao reared 6 crystal dragons. As one of the rare gregarious creatures in the dragon cave, Jiang Zhao was not afraid that they would fight each other. However, he had to raise the issue of fodder. If they were really hungry, who would spoil who? Hence, Jiang Zhao thought that he would go to the snowfield dimensional space as soon as he got out and open the space door close to the holy ground to get tens of thousands of white ghouls to enter the Antarctic continent. The area of the Antarctic continent was not small. It was called a continent. However, the race value of the dragon race was too high. They all had the ability to travel long distances and fly thousands of miles. As a result, what should they do if the hidden dragons and the crystal dragons really ran into each other? Anyway, the planet was huge and there were many places. It would be better to find a separate area to rear the hidden dragons and let them dominate their own area. Hence, when Jiang Zhao threw the 2 hidden dragons in, he deliberately chose a new location. It was located in the western part of South America, on a huge island in the eastern part of the Pacific Ocean. Jiang Zhao didn't know what it was called, so he simply named it Hidden Dragon Island. Why did he have to choose an island? It was mainly because of the food. After all, the water was constantly changing. If the white ghouls couldn't swim, they wouldn't be able to escape. The hidden dragons were solitary king creatures, so they definitely couldn't be reared in too many. They were addicted to playing tricks on others, and any additional one might cause trouble. Hence, it had to be a combination of a male and a female. The males and females of a dragon race were relatively easy to distinguish as they could just look at their horns. Although the horns of all the dragons were similar in shape, the horns of the male dragons were straight. Even if they were forked, they would still be straight and bifurcated. On the other hand, the horns of the female dragons were curved. Well, that makes sense. Jiang Zhao also raised the troublemaking fog dragon alone and threw it on the island of Iceland. The island was located in the North Atlantic Ocean, far away from the continents on both sides. It was also a place that was isolated from the rest of the world. If the Chinese came to reclaim land, they would definitely not come to such a cold place. Hence, it was very suitable for rearing dragons. However, due to the physical characteristics of the fog dragon, they had only caught a male fog dragon and had yet to complete the mission. It should be noted that the team had completed all of this within 3 days. This efficiency was probably unparalleled on Earth. Hey, there's a star dragon again. Let's see if we can catch it this time. Xia Yin said all of a sudden. She found a star dragon that was lying on the grassland and sleeping soundly. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. It's a godsend opportunity. The fog dragon was difficult to catch due to its physical characteristics, but the star dragon was difficult to catch because of its pure strength. They had encountered 4 star dragons before, But due to the fact that the star dragon's race value was too high and its perception was very strong, no one managed to throw into the gate of the Calamity World. Instead, it turned into 4-star beads. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Let's change our thinking. According to our previous experience, if we teleport over directly, the star dragon will definitely wake up. I'll try to go over alone." Huh? Han Jiangxue was a little worried and asked in a nasal voice. "It's okay. Star dragons are very arrogant. Unlike the lowly fog dragons, star dragons won't bully the weak." While speaking, Jiang Shao activated the star technique, star concealment. All of a sudden, the star power fluctuations in his body disappeared, and he seemed to have become an ordinary person. Xia Yin could also hide her star power fluctuations, life aura, and even become invisible. However, once she activated the star technique, star concealment, she would not be able to move. Well, it's awkward. Jiang Shao flashed and arrived 50 meters away from the star dragon. He then landed steadily on the grassland. Hiss! In front, Star Dragon suddenly opened its starry eyes and turned to look at Tiny Tot in front of it. Jiang Shao said, The Star Dragon glanced at Jiang Shao, then turned its head and lay down again. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. "Great! I love it when you look down on me. My Matter Island in the shadow of Calamity World is hungry and thirsty. It urgently needs a ruler." Jiang Shao had already chosen a living place for the Star Dragon. It was Matter Island, an island in Africa that was across the sea from the southern continent of Africa. Jiang Shao sneaked up behind it and opened the door to the Calamity Shadows world. It kept expanding, expanding, and expanding. The Star Dragon, who was lying on the ground and trying to sleep, turned its head again and looked at the sneaky Shao buddy in behind it. It also saw the space door that had appeared quietly. However, although the Star Dragon was curious, it did not have the urge to poke its head in and find out what was going on. Jiang Shao strode forward and carefully circled around its huge coiled body. It was a torturous walk. Star Dragon's 2 huge starry eyes were like 2 searchlights, constantly rotating as Jiang Shao moved, locking onto his figure from top to bottom. Finally, Jiang Shao bypassed its huge body and came in front of it. The Star Dragon did not make a move on Jiang Shao. It seemed Star Dragon disdained to make a move on this little guy who did not even have star power fluctuations. "Hi." Jiang Shao raised his head and waved at the Star Dragon. "Hello. I'll find a good place for you to live. Let me see your horns. You're female. I'll find you a husband later. How about that? You two can be kings on the island and have babies happily." The Star Dragon still looked down at Jiang Shao. Obviously, it did not understand what Jiang Shao was saying, but it could feel Jiang Zhao's kindness. Well, the Star Dragon must be blind to be able to feel kindness. However, the Star Dragon did not care for Jiang Zhao's kindness. Although it disdained to make a move on Jiang Shao, it would not let Jiang Shao get away with it since Jiang Shao was annoying it here. That thick and long starry sky skin tail swept over. Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he dodged and slapped the Star Dragon's neck. Slap! The sound was crisp and clear. Star green glow. Go and hiss. As soon as the dragon roared, the Star Dragon, which was bent like a bean sprout, plunged into the gate of the Calamity Ruins. Jiang Shao hurriedly closed the gate of the Calamity Ruins. He clenched his fist and waved it hard. "I got the Pokemon." Jiang Shao dodged and returned to 1,000 meters away. "Awesome. Xiaopi." Xia Yin hugged Jiang Shao excitedly and hit his back hard. She was able to see everything in the tear field. She did not expect to be lucky enough to encounter star pets again. However, if Jiang Shao could raise a dragon in his home, wouldn't he have a place to keep star pets? Among all the dragons, Xia Yin liked the Star Dragon the most. Every time she saw Han Jiangshue's little star dragon curling around her body, Xia Yin would be extremely envious. Jiang Shao gave everyone a thumbs up and showed his white teeth. He was just short of flashing them, Xia Yin. Han Jiangshue frowned and chided. "Yay!" Xia Yin let go of Jiang Shao, but she was still beaming with joy. She even wiped away her tears of excitement. Jiang Shao also knew what the dragon rearing plan meant. As a star warrior, especially a Chinese, who didn't yearn for dragons. Among the 12 zodiacs, it was the only one that did not exist in human society. This time, it was made up of star beasts. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Our previous capture plan was wrong. If we swarmed it, it would immediately enter combat mode. I should be the only one to deal with it. The star dragons are very arrogant and won't bother to attack me. Let's go. Let's find another star dragon." Was the one just now a male or female? Xia Yin asked frantically. Female. Jiang Shao looked at the endless grassland and his eyes turned red again. Matter Island, which I chose just now, has the best scenery and climate. The star dragon should be settling down there. Let's throw some more food in. Once it's full and warm, we can start thinking. Let's go and catch another male one. Xia Yin nodded, but she muttered, "Hey, it's strange this time. We actually didn't encounter an imprisoned dragon." Jiang Shao hurriedly reached out and covered Xia Yin's mouth. "I'm just a child. Everything goes according to plan." Huh? Xia Yin blinked her large and beautiful eyes. Damn it. Jiang Zhao's face stiffened. At the edge of the tear field in the distance, he saw the silhouette of a huge dragon flying fast towards him. It plunged into the ground like a snake, crazily drilling into the ground. In just 3 seconds, it had already disappeared without a trace. In a short span of 3 seconds, Jiang Shao saw a group of soldiers chasing after him. That size. Damn it, there are so many star dragons. The Lonely King is forming a team to hunt the dragon. Who can take it? What's the matter? Xia Yin looked at Jiang Shao dumbfoundedly. The quality of her field tears was far inferior to Jiang Zhao's, and her range of perception was incomparable to Jiang Zhao's too. She was still in a daze and had no idea what had happened. Of course, Jiang Shao also knew that Xia Yin did not mention the situation. It was just a coincidence. But you're too eloquent, aren't you? Have you been blessed before? Jiang Shao hurriedly said. The star dragons are forming a team to hunt the imprisoned dragon. 1, 2, 6 star dragons and 2 hidden dragons. Get ready. We're going to support the imprisoned dragon. Say that again. Gu Shiren looked at Jiang Shao with a dumbfounded expression and asked, "What are we going to do?" Jiang Shao said, "We're going to help the imprisoned dragon. It can't die. Every second it lives means we can stay here for 1 more second." Jiang Zhao's tears rolled down his cheeks as he spoke. At the edge of the field tears in the distance, a series of stars smashed onto the ground like a meteor shower. The power, the frequency, the falling stars that broke through the dark clouds, the trembling earth that seemed to be moaning in its unique way, and the horde of star dragons that hovered above the sky and blotted out the sky formed the scene of an apocalyptic disaster. Just as the group of star dragons was about to completely destroy the grassland, a torrent of tears poured down. Hiss, roar. Jiang Shao summoned the humming whale. Although you guys have the advantage in numbers, we can't lose our momentum. Buzz. The ethereal sound of a whale resounded throughout the world and was immediately pushed back. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, 5 tails, I Ching Chun. Sound of silence, get ready. 6 tails, Gu Shiren, get ready for the fall of the deities. 7 tails, Xia Yin, get ready for the hidden charge. 8 tails, Han Jiangxue, get ready for the white flames. Little star dragon, get ready for the star shower. Little hidden dragon, get ready for the hidden charge. Humming whale, get ready for the sea candle vortex. Jiang Shao yelled, "We're going to the rear of the enemy. We'll catch them off guard. We're no longer the minions that fled in panic. This time, let's show the momentum of the tail feather team. We have to take the initiative to attack. Silent dragon head, twisted dragon meat, slash dragon neck, burn dragon body, crush dragon egg. That tail feather team. The target is 100 meters ahead. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh, the 5 of them. 2 dragons and 1 whale teleported instantly and went straight to the rear of the battlefield. Big Cloak Organization. They're here to collect the dragons. Chapter 1067. In the Dragon Cave, the moon had just fallen from the west and the sun rose from the east. The dark clouds could only cover the top of their heads, but they couldn't cover the strange scene in the distant sky. Under the dark clouds, on the vast grassland, the fine grass swayed with the wind and the fireflies danced. It was supposed to be a tranquil scene, but it was completely destroyed by a group of star dragons. The star dragons that were constantly flying forward would stop and bombard the grassland below. The stars smashed onto the grassland one after another, shaking the sky and earth as if they could destroy everything. In the grassland below, there was another mound of soil that was rapidly moving forward. It was the figure of the imprisoned dragon that had burrowed into the ground and was moving forward rapidly. However, this imprisoned dragon was too big. Even though it was buried deep underground, it could still cause the earth to bulge slightly. In addition, under the bombardment of the star dragon's meteor shower and the hidden dragon's hidden charge, the imprisoned dragon had nowhere to escape. Burrowing into the ground was not as fast as flying in the air. At this moment, the imprisoned dragon was also feeling a little uncomfortable. It tried to burrow straight down, but the star dragon's wish was fulfilled. It was too comfortable to be bombarded by the meteor shower. 6 star dragons and 2 hidden dragons chased after the imprisoned dragon and were determined to kill it. At this moment, the hidden dragons were no longer sneaky. They gave up on their famous techniques and decided not to hide forever. Instead, they chose to pursue the imprisoned dragon bravely. It was imaginable how notorious the imprisoned dragon was in the dragon cave. Well, it was actually not accurate to describe it. The imprisoned dragon should be called the public enemy. Whoosh! In the drizzle, a row of figures dressed in black cloaks appeared quietly. Big cloaks. They're here. The group of people quickly flew and scattered in all directions. Without hesitation, I Ching-chun stood in the air and looked at the group of star dragons in silence. Xiaoyan quickly activated the field tier domain and sensed the location of the hidden dragons. As long as they did not activate the body of concealment, Xiaoyan's perception would not be a problem. Xiaoyan hollered while the blade of death in her hand shone brightly. It was rather dazzling under the dark clouds. Roar! All of a sudden, a small hidden dragon that was 8 meters long roared and dashed out in the direction that Xiaoyan's sword was slashing. Below, a hidden dragon's figure suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Due to the abrupt halt, its 38-meter-long body curled up into a huge ball. The small hidden dragon that Xiaoyan slashed out brushed past the head of the hidden dragon and flew out, stabbing into the ground diagonally. All of a sudden, it blasted a large pit in the soft grass. Due to the fact that Xiaoyan only had the hidden charge star technique and did not have the hidden pursuit star technique, she could not freely control the small hidden dragon that she threw out for the time being. Hence, she had no choice but to use hidden charge. Roar! The hidden dragon suddenly turned its head and roared at Xiaoyan. Bang! Jiang Shao cast Solar Silence. He did not give the hidden dragon any chance. It wanted to counterattack, but released a squib instead. He opened his bloody mouth and screamed soundlessly. His body moved with great difficulty, and his movements were extremely small. The next moment, everyone's body lit up with a halo of nostalgia. The dazzling golden halo immediately increased the time scale and quickly turned back into a dark gold color. The scale was also rotating rapidly. Diamond, nostalgia. Diamond dawn. At this moment, an inconspicuous little white flame touched the hidden dragon's body. In less than a second, the white flame spread from the hidden dragon's neck all the way forward and burned the hidden dragon's huge head. In the blink of an eye, a blazing dragon head appeared before the crowd. It was an extremely beautiful scene. Be careful, I Ching-chun yelled while flashing continuously. She fluttered randomly in the sky, using flight and teleportation to avoid the pursuit of one star after another in a shocking and dangerous manner. Bang! 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 A series of silence was also thrown out. Unfortunately, I Ching-chun's silence did not have any effect on restraining the star dragon for a long time. After each silence, the star dragon would quickly escape from the area of silence and summon a star shower. Boom! A series of loud noises were heard. Gu Shirin, who was wearing a cloak, stood at the top and held a large rectangular shield full of spikes in one hand. It was obviously his star transformation martial skill. In his other hand, he was holding an illusory hammer shadow. The hammer shadow was swaying as if it would disappear at any time. However, it did not matter. A huge illusory hammer was already hanging above Anne's head. In an instant, a series of illusory hammer shadows poured down densely and covered the sky. True fall of the gods. The series of heavy hammers chased a fleeing star dragon all the way and landed on the grassland, causing a series of loud noises. The star dragon was obviously escaping from the area of ancient silence. However, Jiang Shao floated below the crowd and cast the silence domain with both his hands, continuously restraining the movement of the dragons and silencing their attacks. The fleeing star dragon's head suddenly froze on the spot, and its body was restrained. At this moment, the violent hammer shadow that symbolized the fall of the gods smashed towards it, one hammer after another, hammering on the dragon's head. The tragic battle and the rumbling sounds of explosions made Jiang Zhao's blood boil with excitement. He roared angrily, "Kill them! Hidden dragon cannon! Who the hell isn't a dragon? Little hidden dragon!" Wu Jiang Shao was immediately infuriated, and the two star dragons that he had imprisoned were trapped by a whirlpool that was spinning rapidly in front of him. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. He immediately summoned Sorrowful Tears Rainstorm and poured it into the rapidly spinning ice candle flame whirlpool. Jiang Shao said angrily, "Look at your Miss Star Dragon. She dares to attack Star Dragon without any orders. Look at your brother whale. 2 for 1. That's really..." Before Jiang Shao finished speaking, he suddenly changed the topic and exclaimed, "Qing Chun, watch Star Dragon. Silence. Control Star Dragon well. If they blow one of us up, we'll all die here." Kacha! Kacha! The hidden dragon, whose head was covered in white flames, twisted its body with all its might and opened its mouth, but it couldn't make any sound. Its head was being burned by the extremely destructive flames. Just how strong could these flames be? They don't even burn things to ashes, but to pieces. The dragon scales were blown away by the white flames and scattered on the ground along with the rain like white flaming fish. Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue floated in the air in a clockwise direction. When they moved to the front again, they slashed down with their swords again. Hiss! A small hidden dragon dashed out of her sword again and aimed at the hidden dragon whose head was covered in flames. Han Jiangxue, who was floating slowly at the back, squinted her eyes and extended her right hand. At the instant that the hidden dragon's star technique touched the burning dragon's head, Han Jiangxue's face turned cold, and she opened her slender fingers. Kacha! The white flames suddenly exploded, and Xia Yan's hidden dragon's star technique also broke through and tore the burning dragon's head apart in an instant. A hidden dragon that was burning fiercely fell with a loud bang. Burning dragon head. Beheading the dragon. Jiang Shao quickly flickered. Although he was flickering on the spot, he changed his direction and raised his hand to shoot star silence. Hidden dragon cannon. Go Jiang Shao raised his palm and placed it on the little hidden dragon's head. Hiss! The hidden dragon cannon finally unleashed its power. A hidden dragon formed by the star technique hidden dragon dashed out from Jiang Zhao's shoulder. It dashed towards the adult hidden dragon. That's right. Jiang Shao encouraged loudly. What's wrong with being small? I can satisfy it too. The little hidden dragon mumbled, "Huh." In the tear field, Jiang Shao was, of course, very observant. Another shot of star silence was thrown into the rapidly spinning ice candle flame vortex. In fact, the sound of star silence and I Ching-chen's star silence never stopped. The poor star dragon and hidden dragon were so aggrieved that they were about to explode. Jiang Shao did not doubt whether the star dragon would explode or not. The star dragon clan was extremely unyielding and had the star technique of self-destruction. But do they want to self-destruct in front of me? Have you asked me, the king of toxic healers? Have you asked my obedient poison milk disciple? Okay, in battle, this disciple is not obedient at all. In fact, she's even a little violent. A group of figures in cloaks flew up and down, flashing and shuttling back and forth while throwing out their star techniques one after another like they were free. The control star techniques were also terrifyingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, the two star dragons, who had been swept away by the roller washing machine, and mixed with the tears of sorrow storm, suffered extremely heavy blows. They were minced into pieces of dragon scales and minced meat. At this moment, a pitch-black dragon head emerged from the ground far away. It might have thought that it had concealed itself well, but in fact, it couldn't hide its huge head at all. Roar, a strange sound came from the imprisoned dragon's mouth, giving everyone a shock. After all, the imprisoned dragon had the star technique, indiscriminate destruction. If it couldn't get over it, no one would be able to leave. Of course, given the current situation, there was no reason for it to sing the ode to the prisoner. No one was a fool. The imprisoned dragon was sinister, mischievous, and highly intelligent. Unlike the star dragon, it wouldn't explode easily. After letting out a strange cry, the imprisoned dragon's pitch-black eyes stared intently at the dragon race that had once chased after him. The group of guys that had once chased it to the point of wetting their pants were now being slaughtered by a group of unfamiliar cloaked figures. What really made the imprisoned dragon feel a little pressured was the giant whale floating in the sky. In front of the 55-meter-long pitch-black imprisoned dragon, the humming whale's body, which was less than 40 meters long, was nothing at all. However, although the humming whale was not long, it was thick. But the humming whale was wide. It was strong and sturdy. The imprisoned dragon watched as the godly humming whale created a huge water vortex that was filled with ice candle flames. The giant whale had just killed 2 star dragons, and now it actually swept up another 2 star dragons. From the beginning to the end, the 6 star dragons and 2 hidden dragons did not use any star techniques under the control of the cloaked figures. Isn't this way too comfortable? The imprisoned dragon also discovered that there were 2 traitors of the dragon race among the group of cloaked figures. Without exception, they were all little guys. One was a small star dragon, while the other was a small hidden dragon. Don't be fooled by these 2 dragons' short stature. Their damage output was truly explosive. He could tell that they were having a great time fighting to their heart's content. The group of cloaked figures actually brought their cubs to participate in the battle and could even make them exert such powerful abilities. He then thought about the days when he was hiding. Every time he accidentally revealed himself, he would be targeted and chased by all the dragons. Enslaved dragons' huge dragon eyes revealed a trace of envy. I don't want to hide anymore. I don't want to be besieged by them again. I want to be like those 2 cubs and bully dragons with the cloaked figures. While thinking, the imprisoned dragon let out a strange cry. Ow! Chapter 1068. The howl gave Jiang Shao a great fright as he thought that the husky had revealed its true form and was howling like a wolf. Jiang Shao secretly prayed in his heart, "Brother, please don't sing. We'll help you kill all the dragons that are chasing you. Don't be impulsive." At this moment, 3 star dragons and 1 hidden dragon had already been beheaded. There were 3 star dragons left. 2 of them were in the huge vortex created by the humming whale. The remaining 1 was being bombarded by Xia Yan, Han Jiangxue, Gu Shi, and Little Star Dragon. I Ching Chun was also trying his best to control it and even used his blessing. The remaining hidden dragon was being controlled by Jiang Zhao's stars, silence. It was bombarded by the dragon cannon on his shoulder and drenched by the tears of sorrow storm. In fact, the hidden dragon was no longer a threat. Due to the damage caused by the tears of sorrow storm, the hidden dragon no longer had the intention to resist. It allowed its body to be restrained and fall at an extremely slow speed. Death was only a matter of time. Bang! There was a deafening sound. Everyone's expressions changed. They saw a small, pitch-black, imprisoned dragon suddenly breaking out of the ground. Retreat! Han Jiangxue yelled in shock. Everyone put on their cloaks and quickly flew backwards. The small imprisoned dragon broke out of the ground, rose vertically, and quickly wrapped around the remaining star dragon. Everyone was taken aback. What was this? Jiang Shao. Xia Yan turned to look at Jiang Shao, only to see a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Under normal circumstances, Xia Yan wouldn't use the word beautiful to describe Jiang Shao. However, at this moment, Jiang Shao was floating in midair with the dragon cannon on his shoulder and a cloak on his body. Behind Jiang Shao, there was a torrential downpour that came with its own background. It was completely different from the drizzling rain in the other areas. In the torrential rain, a hidden dragon happened to fall slowly. It landed behind Jiang Shao and died. At this moment, there was nothing more beautiful than this scene on the battlefield for Xia Yan. Don't act rashly. Ignore this star dragon and quickly collect the star beads of the other dragon corpses. Hurry up, Jiang Shao said as he threw another star silence into the humming whale's washing machine. His eyes were fixed on the pitch-black dragon head that had emerged from the grass in the distance. There was nothing wrong with being cautious. Brother Chiu, I'll let you have this star dragon. You can vent your anger first, and all the dragon corpses on this battlefield will be your feast. You can't sing. You have to live well. In a few days, when the Big Cloak organization wants to go back, I'll come and get your dog. I'll discuss death with you again. Jiang Shao only felt that it was a little strange. Qiulong was staring at him with his pitch-black dragon eyes. The man and the dragon stared at each other from afar. Jiang Shao felt a little awkward. Jiang Shao rubbed his face against the hidden dragon cannon on his shoulder and asked softly, "Hey, is it looking at you or me?" Little Hidden Dragon said, "Huh." Little Hidden Dragon didn't seem to like being stared at by other creatures as it was not in line with its way of survival. Little Hidden Dragon swam quickly into Jiang Zhao's cloak and hid behind him. "You coward! Isn't it just bigger and darker than you?" Jiang Shao scolded jokingly. However, he suddenly stopped and hurriedly said, "Alert! Retreat!" At the next moment, an image suddenly appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind, which was connected to the humming whale mentally. He was still wearing a cloak and floating in the air. On his left shoulder was the hidden dragon cannon, and on his right shoulder was the black dragon cannon. The black dragon cannon was clearly a mini version because Qiulong was not a cub. The Qiulong was 55 meters long, and its head was already 7 or 8 meters long. How could Jiang Zhao's weak shoulders carry it? Sensing the image that appeared in his mind, Jiang Shao turned to look at the humming whale and asked foolishly, "Are you serious?" At the same time, the two star dragons engulfed by the humming whale's sea candle vortex finally died. As the vortex turned into water droplets that scattered in all directions, the two star dragons that had been drained of their vitality slowly fell in the rain. Buzz, the humming whale, let out a cry that echoed in the rain. Everyone quickly collected the star beads and immediately left in a flash. They floated in the air and looked down. The pitch-black Qiulong was sticking to the ground and swimming slowly towards them. "Jiang Shao, why aren't we leaving yet?" Xia Yan said again. "Wait a minute, something happened," Jiang Shao said. Everyone was confused and thought, something happened. Something did happen. "Overlord of the Dragon Cave, Lord Qiulong is swimming toward you slowly. Why aren't you turning around and running? Why are you standing there foolishly?" Fearing that Han Jiangxue would be worried, Jiang Shao explained again. "The humming whale seems to have communicated with the Qiulong." Han Jiangxue lowered her head and looked at Jiang Shao, who was not far away from her feet. "Communicated?" "Yes." Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple moved, and his expression changed. He even stuttered. "Five-tailed, six-tailed." I Ching Chun said, "Yes." Gu Shuren said, "Yes." Jiang Shao asked, "Do you guys remember how we learned to kill the crystal dragon in a special way?" Gu Shu and froze for a moment and answered according to Jiang Zhao's words. "Seven-tailed and eight-tailed gave us a demonstration." "Okay." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Little hidden dragon, little star dragon, I'm afraid they gave this imprisoned dragon a demonstration." Gu Shu was dumbfounded. All of a sudden, everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao waved his hand and cast star silence again to imprison the star dragon's body. The star technique of the Qiulong was powerful enough to make humans immobile when used against humans. However, when used against dragons, the star technique could only imprison the star power in the star dragon's body, but could not restrain the star dragon. The star dragon was too large and powerful. It could not be restrained by the star dragon at all. In order to avoid any accidents, Jiang Shao also cast star silence in the direction of the star dragon. The star dragon that was tied to the star dragon also disappeared quietly. It could be seen that it was not destroyed by star silence, but rather, the duration of the star technique was up. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao flashed and arrived at the edge of the range of star silence. He casually opened a space door beside him and floated a few meters away. He then reached out and gestured in the direction of the door. At the same time, he sent a scene to the humming whale in his mind. It was a scene of the star dragon helping him throw the star dragon in. Jiang Shao initially wanted to leave the last star dragon for the Qiulong to vent his anger, but things were different now. Jiang Shao wanted to test it too. As expected, after the Qiulong howled, it flew forward quickly and crashed into the star dragon that was trapped in star silence. Jiang Shao hurriedly put away the domain of star silence. Bang! The massive Qiulong was terrifyingly powerful. With just a single blow, the injured star dragon was pushed into the gate of the Calamity Shadow World. Jiang Shao immediately put away the space door. 10 meters away, the massive creature slowly turned its head and looked at Jiang Shao silently with its dark eyes. Wu, the little hidden dragon that was wrapped around Jiang Shao, whimpered and abandoned him. It scurried out to look for Han Jiangxue. To be exact, it went to look for Miss Star Dragon to seek shelter. Gulp. Jiang Zhao's atoms apple squirmed. The pressure that the massive, dark dragon head brought to Jiang Shao was indescribable. The first time Jiang Shao saw the humming whale, he was so frightened that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the dark deep sea, the terrifying behemoth slowly swam over everyone's heads. The huge halo of nostalgia on its body was enough to scare the prince and princess to the point of not daring to move. Subsequently, as Jiang Shao and the humming whale became closer, the fear that the deep-sea giant whale brought to Jiang Shao gradually disappeared. The Qiulong in front of him was not inferior to the humming whale. Just like the humming whale, it was a creature that could destroy heaven and earth with a single roar. It was even a level higher than the humming whale. Roar! The heavy dragon's breath sounded, and the scorching aura surged towards Jiang Shao. The pair of terrifying black eyes stared at Jiang Shao with a burning gaze. One of the Qiulong's eyes was enough to contain Jiang Zhao's entire body. Hence, Jiang Shao could imagine how insignificant he was in the eyes of everyone in the team at this moment. Do you also want to fight with me? Jiang Shao probed carefully. The Qiulong suddenly let out a strange cry. Jiang Shao hurriedly covered his ears with his hands. If the roar were to be heard from 1,000 meters away, it would sound a little cute. However, the words that rang in Jiang Zhao's ears made him feel a splitting headache, and his head was buzzing. Buzz. In the sky not far away, the humming whale let out a roar, and images were transmitted into Jiang Zhao's mind. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao saw an extremely far-away perspective that was paying attention to the battle just now. Clearly, that was the perspective of the Qiulong at that time. In the image, Yi Qingshan flashed continuously and waved his hands while Xia Yin danced left and right while her sword Qi was like a dragon. Gu Shi and held the shield and summoned the sledgehammer while Han Jiangxue was surrounded by the star dragon and burned its head with flames. There was also Jiang Shao who was moving left and right and flashing back and forth while taking care of all aspects of the battlefield. From time to time, he would grab the hidden dragon cannon on his shoulder and holler, "Fire!" The scene of the massacre of the dragons was extremely exciting and made the Qiulong, who had escaped death, overjoyed. However, the scene that was supposed to be full of joy seemed to have changed as the battle progressed. At some point in time, the other 4 cloaked figures had become supporting characters, and the Qiulong camera had locked onto Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao also noticed that what really attracted the Qiulong was the tears of sorrow rainstorm and the stars of silence. Every time Jiang Shao waved his hand, a powerful dragon would be frozen. The intelligent Qiulong had found the most crucial person on the battlefield and the most crucial star technique. More importantly, the hidden dragon cannon on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Next, the image that appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind was obviously not a documentary, but a fantasy film. The Qiulong wanted to play this game too. It also wanted to be as comfortable as the hidden dragon and place its head on Jiang Zhao's shoulder like a black dragon cannon. However, there was a difference between fantasy and reality. In the image, The tiny black dragon cannon on Jiang Zhao's shoulder had almost shrunk into a cartoon version. Grr. The Qiulong's large body coiled and moved forward slowly. Xiaoyan hugged Han Jiangshue's arm nervously, only to see the Qiulong pushing Jiang Xiao back with its large nose. Jiang Xiao was very sure that the Qiulong did not really want to push him. It should be a small gesture to show goodwill. However, the reality was that Jiang Xiao was pushed more than 5 meters away by its nose. Jiang Xiao put on the cloak and stabilized his body before floating forward and arriving at the top of the Qiulong's head. He then reached out and slowly touched the Qiulong's large dragon horn. The Qiulong seemed to be very comfortable with such interaction and liked Jiang Zhao's response. It coiled its body and turned around in midair before slowly flying upwards. Jiang Xiao hurriedly stretched out his hands and wrapped them around the thick dragon's horns before stepping on its head. The members of the big cloak organization quickly retreated and watched as the large, pitch-black Qiulong flew past them. The black and shiny dragon scales seemed to be of excellent quality. Xiaoyan couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it, but Han Jiangxue slapped her hand away. She looked just like a mother who was lecturing her daughter for scratching her hands while eating. Jiang Zhao's voice sounded in the sky. "Goddess Yin." Xiaoyan placed her hands by her mouth and yelled, "What?" Jiang Zhao's voice sounded from afar. "Look at this big Qiulong." Xiaoyan was dumbfounded. Top. Chapter 10:69. Wow. Jiang Xiao yelled as he felt the world spinning. His arms were tightly wrapped around the imprisoned dragon's thick and long horn, only to discover that the imprisoned dragon had actually flown to the humming whale's side. The pitch-black dragon's body was wrapped around the humming whale's body, spinning round and round. Buzz! The humming whale let out a happy roar that echoed in the rainy night. Awoo! The imprisoned dragon also let out a dragon roar. All of a sudden, the whale and the dragon moved forward in the rain while their voices intertwined together. The members of the big cloak organization below looked up at the massive creature in the sky dumbfoundedly, their eyes filled with shock and envy. Tug, Gushur, and felt someone tugging at the corner of his shirt. He turned around, only to hear Yi Qingchun asking softly, "Can Pippi treat this imprisoned dragon as a star pet too?" Gu Shuren scratched his head and said with uncertainty, "It should be fine, right? This kid is similar to a Pichio. Everything that enters his mouth should only go in and out. I think this imprisoned dragon will definitely be his." "Nonsense. Your master is the Pichio." Yi Qingchun retorted all of a sudden. "Pippi is making friends with the imprisoned dragon." Gu Shuren was speechless. Xiaoyan wrapped her arms around Han Jiangshue's arm and said softly, "Jiang Xiao is really going to take off this time." He's always been in the sky and never came down, hasn't he?" Han Jiangxue humphed coldly, but she didn't manage to hide the smile on her lips. "Ah, poor little candle. Will it be frightened when Jiang Xiao summons it later?" Xiaoyan covered her mouth with one hand and chuckled gloatingly. "I can even imagine it flapping its little feet and looking back." With a peculiar expression, Gu Shuren said, "It should be fine, right? Isn't that whale relying on Little Candle too? Its size and aura aren't inferior to that of the imprisoned dragon." "Nonsense. The humming whale is so cute, but the imprisoned dragon is too domineering," Xiaoyan refuted. While they were chatting, they saw the image of the dragon and whale dance above them and froze for a moment. What happened? Everyone stared at the image above. If anything went wrong, they would immediately rush over to help. Indeed, at this moment, Jiang Xiao was once again immersed in images. The humming whale acted as a good translator, and it was not a verbal translation. Instead, it projected the movie to Jiang Xiao and conveyed imprisoned dragon's thoughts and emotions at the same time. Jiang Xiao sat on the dragon's head with a look of joy. Jiang Xiao and the big cloak organization saved Qiulong's life, which made Qiulong especially grateful. Qiulong had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Zhao's strength. Under the harmonious coexistence and ingenious cooperation between the little hidden dragon and Jiang Xiao, the imprisoned dragon's inner will was especially intense. While feeling gratitude, yearning, desire, and many other emotions, The imprisoned dragon transmitted the images and emotions of becoming a star pet to Jiang Shao. The problem was that when they first met, the overlord of the dragon cave only wanted to stand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and bully the other dragons together. But now, after a short span of a dozen or so seconds, the scene that the imprisoned dragon showed once again was to make little Candle rely on it. What was going on? How did imprisoned dragon know of the little Candle's existence? Oh, that's right, the humming whale. Did the humming whale transmit little Candle's information to the imprisoned dragon when the dragon and whale were flying around and playing? Ning is too sensible, isn't she? When Jiang Shao first came to the dragon cave, he was tortured badly by the imprisoned dragon. In the end, he summoned the humming whale, and the whale was extremely furious. It used the terrifying sea candle vortex and Jiang Zhao's domain of silence to strangle the imprisoned dragon to death. Hence, the humming whale's attitude towards the imprisoned dragon clan shouldn't have been so good. However, mental connection and telepathy were really magical skills. The humming whale first understood that this imprisoned dragon was not the same one from before. Secondly, the humming whale also felt Jiang Zhao's desire and will. While Jiang Shao was hugging the dragon's horns and stepping on the dragon's head, did the humming whale already convince the imprisoned dragon? While thinking about it, Jiang Shao flashed and arrived in front of the huge eye of the humming whale, once again falling into the emptiness of the whale's eyes. He slowly moved forward and gently touched the cold eye of the humming whale with one hand. He also slowly pressed his forehead against it. The imprisoned dragon's long body wrapped around the humming whale, and its huge head swam over, looking at the scene curiously. It had always been a loner, but it actually felt that the scene was very beautiful. The imprisoned dragon was used to being hunted down and had to hide everywhere. As soon as it appeared, it would be surrounded and attacked. How could it make friends hum? Another whale's roar was heard. It was extremely joyful and intoxicating. In the air below, a few cloaked figures floated slowly and looked up at the strange scene. Hey, damn it, damn it. Xia Yin swung her hand and a door of the Calamity Ruins opened beside her. She hurriedly scurried in, and 2 seconds later, she flew out with a mobile phone and hurriedly turned it on. The phone is broken. Xia Yin looked at the screen of the mobile phone with a sad expression. Yiqing Chun seemed to have realized something too. She hurriedly turned on her Calamity Ruins and scurried in to get her mobile phone. She had to record the beautiful scene, but Yiqing Chun discovered that her mobile phone had also broken down. The symptoms were actually the same as Xia Yin's mobile phone. She could turn it on, but she couldn't control it at all. The screen was filled with flashing lines. Han Jiangxue said, "Have you guys forgotten that electronic products can't work properly in the Dragon Cave? What we do? This scene is too beautiful. I'll go and get Jiang Shao to maintain his posture. Which one of you knows how to sketch?" Xia Yin said indignantly. Everyone was speechless. Jiang Shao threw the 7 corpses of the dragons into the Calamity Ruins. He deliberately opened the space door 4 times and threw the corpses of dragons into the Crystal Dragon Continent in the South Pole, the Hidden Dragon Island in the Pacific Ocean, the Fog Dragon Island in Iceland, and the Modestar Dragon Island in Africa. Everyone was dumbfounded by the act of feeding. The name of the rear dragon skin was confirmed. Colonel Jiang had become a breeder in an instant. Although the dragons didn't care about killing each other, Jiang Shao was considerate enough to give the Star Dragon corpse to the Hidden Dragon and the other corpses to the other dragons. That was not all. When Jiang Shao threw food into the Star Dragon's body, he also deliberately threw a few bells in. After all, the last Star Dragon that was captured was covered in wounds and was in a terrible state. While feeding, Jiang Shao muttered, "You guys deal with it first. Don't eat dragon meat in the future. The scales are so hard, and it'll hurt your teeth. I'll feed you white ghoul meat. It's super chewy." Xia Yin looked upset and couldn't help but smack her lips. She had eaten beef and mutton all her life and had never felt indebted to them. However, whenever Xia Yin heard the term white ghoul, now, the first thought that came to her mind was no longer the brutality, cruelty, and bloodlust of the white ghouls. At the thought of the white ghouls, Xia Yin's first thought was actually pity. After cleaning up the battlefield, Jiang Shao threw out several threads of star power and led the team to quickly teleport. There were 5 of them, 3 dragons and 1 whale, which made up a total of 9 creatures, which was also the largest number of targets that Jiang Shao teleported with his teammates. When they arrived at a relatively safe place, Jiang Shao summoned a chubby boy from the internal star map. Yes, chubby boy was a proper name for the black and white candle. The humming bear was also very fat, but it should be called a chubby boy. Oh. Just as little candle was about to happily scatter flowers, it suddenly felt that something was amiss. It initially thought that it was the humming whale, so it didn't pay much attention at first. It raised its head and was about to greet the humming whale, but it saw a pair of dark dragon eyes. What's this? Pitch black? Is it a big mouse? Damn it, it's so scary. Wow. Hey, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Jiang Shao hurriedly hugged the black and white candle and protected it in his arms. He then turned his back to the imprisoned dragon. Little Candle's eyes were filled with tears, and it was clearly frightened. There were actually 2 streams of star power flowing out of its eyes, which made Jiang Shao's heart ache. He hurriedly sat down and hugged Little Candle with both hands while comforting it softly. When an imprisoned dragon wanted to become 1-star pet, who in the world could resist such a temptation? It's a golden opportunity. It won't come again. Hence, Jiang Shao wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get the imprisoned dragon as soon as possible. A white light flickered in Jiang Zhao's hand, and the faint light of blessing was gently rubbed on Little Candle's soft and supple body. Oh, Little Candle's face was buried in Jiang Zhao's arms, constantly rubbing his face while whimpering softly. Its condition gradually stabilized. Jiang Shao said, "Humming whale, show this little guy the picture and tell it that the imprisoned dragon has no ill intentions." Buzz, Han Jiangxue stepped forward and knelt in front of Jiang Shao. She stretched out her fingers and gently pinched the black and white candle's face. "Don't be afraid, little guy." Little Candle, who was immersed in the picture transmitted by the humming whale, immediately snapped back to its senses. After seeing the familiar face, its eyes burned even brighter. In this team, apart from Jiang Shao and his star pets, the person Little Candle liked the most was Han Jiangxue. After all, she had been living with Little Candle as a nanny for a long time. However, this nanny was a little strict with it. Little Candle still remembered that during the New Year's Eve dinner, it plunged into the Crucian carp tofu soup, only to be pinched back by Han Jiangxue. She even smacked its butt, while being beaten did not stop Little Candle from liking her. After all the beatings it suffered were made up for by Han Jiangxue with delicious food. After everyone comforted the little guy for a while, Jiang Shao finally picked up the black and white candle and sat on the dragon's head with it in a flash. Jiang Shao felt a little helpless. The black and white candle is a platinum pet, but it's so cowardly. Well, Jiang Shao had forgotten how cowardly he was when he was facing imprisoned dragon just now. Where? The eyes? Jiang Zhao's voice was very gentle as he asked softly. Although he was sitting, with the help of the sea-devouring robe, he flew around the imprisoned dragon's head with the black and white candle flames, letting the black and white candle flames choose the position they liked. In the end, they really stopped at the position of the dragon's eyes. Jiang Shao said, "Imprisoned dragon, you can't resist. Once you do, you'll be in big trouble. In order for us to bully others together, you must cooperate." As the image and emotions of the humming whale were transmitted, imprisoned dragon opened its mouth slightly and let out a whimper. Wu Jiang Shao hugged the black and white candle and slowly pressed it against imprisoned dragon's huge dragon eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, whoosh. The candlelight quickly infected the huge dragon's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, imprisoned dragon's pure black eyes were already burning with faint candlelight flames. Immediately afterwards, white candlelight flames suddenly emerged from the other dragon's eyes. Its huge head suddenly shook slightly and twisted slowly. Fusion successful. 4/4, fourth dependent form, black and white candle prison. Yesterday, he put together a dragon prison 9-palace grid on Weibo. Those who are interested can take a look. Weibo name, You loves writing. Chapter 1070. Fourth form of dependence. Black and white candle prisoner. Star quality LV. 1. Star techniques. 1. Impact. Platinum quality LV. 0. 2. Iciness. Platinum quality LV. 0. 3. Bright. Platinum quality LV. 0. 4. Dependence. Unknown quality. Exclusive to mutated candlelight. Unable to be upgraded. 5. Imprisonment. Summons a small imprisoned dragon that will harass the target and seal the star power in the target's body. The target will not be able to use any star techniques during the duration of the small imprisoned dragon's existence. Diamond quality LV. 1-6. Imprisonment. For the imprisoned target, the small imprisoned dragon will continuously attack and devour the target's body. Diamond quality LV. 1-7. Imprisonment domain. Summons a small imprisoned dragon that will seal an area and prohibit the use of any spatial star techniques. Diamond quality LV. 1-8. Song of Imprisonment. Sings the song of destruction and destroys all targets within the range of the song. The further away from the point of the song, the lower the sound of the song of imprisonment, and the less damage the target will suffer. Star quality LV. 1-9. Imprisonment candle. When the black and white candle prisoner uses its 6-star technique, imprisonment, the small imprisoned dragon will have a certain eyes candle flame effect. Position quality, dependent form, exclusive star technique, unable to be upgraded. Jiang Shao stared at his internal star map in a daze. On the 4th panel, the picture of Little Candle was listed with 4 arrows pointing to the 4-star pets below. Humming bear, humming whale, sea devouring robe, imprisoned dragon. Finally, the last empty picture was occupied by the dark and mighty overlord of the dragon cave. Jiang Shao looked at the star techniques of the imprisoned dragon and couldn't help but smack his lips. Damn it, these star techniques are really lousy. Don't call it imprisoned dragon, call it dog dragon. You're going to be controlled all the way until you die. How can the star warriors of ordinary society, including star beasts, be compared to the dragon clan? How can their physical fitness and various attributes be compared to the dragon clan? The small imprisoned dragon summoned by the imprisoned dragon could only seal the star power of other dragons, but it could not hold the bodies of other dragons. That was an indisputable fact. However, were all Jiang Zhao's enemies dragons? The dragon prisoner could seal a human star warrior from all directions without any blind spots. Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? It was not like the tail feather team had never been attacked before. They were all powerful cultivators at the Starfall stage. After being entangled by the imprisoned dragon, they could not even move their bodies, let alone use astral power. They could only wait for death. Jiang Shao floated beside the imprisoned dragon and gently stroked its pitch-black dragon scales with one hand. It was cold to the touch and felt great. Woo-woo, the imprisoned dragon hissed softly. Clearly, it had also noticed that Jiang Shao immediately covered his ears after it roared. Hence, in the subsequent process of contact, the imprisoned dragon would lower its volume every time it spoke. From now on, I'll call you Woo-woo Dragon. Jiang Shao was in a good mood. He gently patted the skin on the side of Qiu Long's eyes. Roar! The imprisoned dragon let out a strange cry, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction. Its voice was much louder than before. You don't like this name? Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly and lowered his head to see the group of people flying up from below. He said thoughtfully, then, you'll be called A.O. Long from now on. As soon as the people from the Big Cloak organization flew up, they heard Jiang Guikai giving the imprisoned dragon a name. When Xiaoyan heard the name A.O. Long, she almost kicked him. What a domineering and mighty star pet. It's the absolute king of the star quality. The strongest overlord in the dragon cave. Listen to the name you gave it. Does it really have to be so cute? Xiaoyan glared at Jiang Shao and said, what kind of lousy name is that? While speaking, Xiaoyan carefully extended her hand and finally touched the pitch-black dragon scales. The dragon creatures in the dragon cave all had the typical image of an Eastern dragon. The black and white imprisoned dragon also fulfilled all of Xiaoyan's fantasies about the legendary dragon creatures. The only drawback was, if the imprisoned dragon was golden, it would be even more perfect. Xia Yin touched it left and right and continuously flew around the imprisoned dragon's body. Finally, she arrived below the imprisoned dragon and saw its pitch-black claws. 5 claws. 5 claws. The mist dragon and crystal dragon both had 3 claws, while the star dragon and hidden dragon had 4. From this perspective, the imprisoned dragon seemed to be the strongest too. While Xia Yin was secretly looking at the dragon claws, Han Jiangxue was standing right in front of the imprisoned dragon and sizing up the exquisite black dragon head. Compared to the exquisitely carved crystal dragon head, this exquisitely constructed dragon head was definitely not inferior. The pair of huge dragon eyes were burning with faint white candle flames, giving off a dignified vibe. On the black dragon body, the long dragon whiskers and hair on the dragon head were white. The white hair also extended all the way to the dragon's tail, which was 55 meters long. Under the breeze, it slowly undulated up and down. The imprisoned dragon's mouth, which was not closed, let out faint hissing sounds, and the scorching hot dragon breath was continuously spewing out. Han Jiangxue was getting to know the imprisoned dragon, and the imprisoned dragon was also getting to know everyone. To be precise, with the help of the humming whale, Qiu Long familiarized himself with everyone in the Big Cloak organization through the images in his mind. Finally, I'm a member of the organization. I'm the overlord of the Dragon Cave, and I finally don't have to hide or be bullied anymore. While thinking about it, the imprisoned dragon turned its head and looked at Gu Shi and Yi Qingchun, who were at the side, according to the image given by the humming whale. The 5-tailed and 6-tailed beasts froze and drifted back a few meters. Without being stared at by the imprisoned dragon, one would never be able to understand the feeling of shock. Hey, Xiaopi! Xia Yin floated up and moved closer to Jiang Shao. It seems that the dragon cave didn't collapse. Jiang Shao got a great shock and hurriedly covered Xia Yin's mouth with one hand. Pfft, don't take offense to a child's words. Xia Yin struggled for a while, but she immediately gave up. She suddenly remembered that the following things happened because of what she said previously. What she was afraid of really happened. It's not dead. Han Jiangxue floated over and looked down at the two of them. From now on, it will be with us. This dragon cave may never be closed. I hope so. Jiang Shao put his hand down, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. Second last only applied for the dragon prisoner star bead, but now I brought back a star pet imprisoned dragon. Han Jiangshue's cold expression softened a little, and she smirked. She floated down and said softly, "It's easy to build relationships during battles. Let's go. Don't let it wait too long. Bring your rising star pet, and let's fight together." Okay. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and quickly flew towards the imprisoned dragon. He clenched his right fist and said, "Let's go bully other dragons together." The imprisoned dragon stared at Jiang Shao with its huge candle eyes and didn't react at all. Jiang Zhao's body stiffened in midair, feeling a little awkward. The humming whale quickly used the image to translate for the imprisoned dragon, telling it what Jiang Shao had just said. Roar! The imprisoned dragon suddenly let out a loud roar, and all of a sudden, the cloaked figures around the imprisoned dragon covered their ears. After a long while, the majestic roar of the imprisoned dragon slowly dissipated, but everyone's heads were buzzing. Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously and felt the buzzing in his ears. He then looked at Xia Yin and yelled, "I'm calling it Roar Dragon. Do you have a problem with that?" Xia Yin rubbed her ears with both hands and pursed her lips. "Let me see. Who's the first victim?" Although Jiang Shao was talking to himself, his voice was especially loud due to the buzzing in his ears, as if he was provoking all the creatures in the dragon cave. "It's here. There's a gap in the world over there." Jiang Shao was overjoyed. The field terror could not sense the area, and it was as if the map had yet to be refreshed. It was extremely strange. Without a doubt, it was a hidden dragon that had activated its stealth body and was in the process of hunting. That's it. Jiang Shao gathered everyone and quickly flashed to a spot 100 meters away from the hidden dragon. There was no cover on the vast grassland. Hence, As soon as the group of cloaked figures appeared, they were discovered by the hidden dragon. And this hidden dragon was truly amazing. As soon as it saw the imprisoned dragon, it gave up all of its biological characteristics and turned off its stealth body. At the same time, it roared at the sky, seemingly calling for its friends. At this moment, all the creatures in the dragon cave had become the hidden dragon's comrades. Seeing this scene, Gushur and couldn't help but complain. The imprisoned dragon's mockery is simply maxed out. The rules of a dragon cave world are too strange. With a sullen expression, Han Jiangxue said, "We can't launch a sneak attack with the imprisoned dragon. Jiang Shao, in the battle quickly." Jiang Shao said, "No problem." 100 meters away, although the hidden dragon had given up its biological characteristics and was no longer plotting against them, it was calling for the other warriors in the dragon cave. However, it was not stupid and did not immediately rush forward. Instead, it flew backward while looking for its companions. "Shut up!" Jiang Shao roared and threw a star. Silence. All of a sudden, the entire world fell silent. Not only did the hidden dragon shut up, but it even curled up its body that was fleeing. Initially, the imprisoned dragon was still a little anxious. From the beginning to the end, its dragon life had been a history of fleeing, hiding, sneak attacks, and killing. Seeing this situation, the first thought that came to the imprisoned dragon's mind was to escape. If nothing went wrong, the other party's reinforcements would arrive in less than 10 seconds. When the reinforcements arrived and it left, the Dragon Clan army would definitely kill each other. When the battle was almost over, it would be time for the imprisoned dragon to appear and harvest the Dragon Clan. However, the imprisoned dragon suddenly discovered that it was also a dragon that was protected by someone. My good friend has taken action. Yes, the enslaved dragon regarded Jiang Shao as a friend, and the humming whale had a huge impact on it during this stage of their relationship. Due to the fact that the humming whale and Jiang Shao were friends, their relationship was naturally established during the process of translation and communication. If Jiang Shao had noticed this earlier, he might have asked the humming whale to change its strategy and become the imprisoned dragon's father. Being the hidden dragon's father was not as comfortable as being the imprisoned dragon's father. Roar, dragon. Trap it. Jiang Shao stood on the dragon's head and patted its exquisite dragon horns. Judging from its external appearance, the imprisoned dragon was a male. However, Jiang Zhao's order was only conveyed a second later, mainly because there was a translation session with the humming whale in the middle. This made Jiang Shao very dissatisfied. He thought that in addition to cultivating tacit understanding in battle, he also had to let the imprisoned dragon learn Chinese quickly. The imprisoned dragon flew forward quickly. It had just become Jiang Zhao's star pet, so it was not very used to team battles. A behemoth of such a level would be earth-shattering if it moved. The imprisoned dragon flew forward at an extremely fast speed. When it was activated, its huge body naturally bent and coiled. In an instant, the surrounding members of the big cloak organization were all sent flying. Jiang Shao stood on the dragon's head. The wind whistled past his face, but it was firmly blocked by the sea-devouring robe. He vaguely saw the white flame lines drawn by the imprisoned dragon's candle eyes on both sides below. It was simply too cool. Roar! With a strange cry, two small imprisoned dragons broke out of the ground and quickly wrapped around the huge body of the hidden dragon. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said in high spirits, "Tail Feather Squad. Maximum damage. Activate." Huh? Where is he? Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. While looking around, he immediately focused his attention on the domain tier's perception, only to discover that the group of cloaked people and young dragons had been sent flying in all directions. Only the humming whale in the sky followed. Why is it that my AO Long hasn't even used its full strength, but you're already in a mess? Our Tail Feather Squad is made up of elite soldiers and powerful generals. Look at your current appearance. How did you become a disbanded army? Ignore them. Roar. Dragon. You devour the hidden dragons while I control them. Charge. Jiang Shao suddenly raised his hand, and a huge beam of blessing light with a diameter of more than 5 meters landed on the head of the hidden dragon. The pitiful hidden dragon couldn't even let out a happy hiss. At the next moment, The two small imprisoned dragons that were wrapped around the body of the hidden dragon suddenly burned with white ice candle flames that eroded the body of the hidden dragon. Exclusive star technique, punishment of imprisoned candles. Although it was called a small imprisoned dragon, it was only relatively speaking. In reality, this small imprisoned dragon was 8 meters long. There were a total of 3 dragons, 1 large and 2 small. They were entangled and twisted into a dead knot. Okay, 2 more. Tied up. Jiang Shao clenched his fists. Roar. 2 more small illumination dragons broke out of the ground. Huh. Jiang Shao blinked and asked, 2 more. Roar. All of a sudden, 2 more small illumination dragons flew out of the ground. Jiang Shao said, 2 more. Roar. 2 more appeared. Jiang Shao exclaimed in high spirits, 2 more. Roar. The imprisoned dragon roared, but this time, only 1 came out. Jiang Shao yelled, continue. Don't stop. Woo, the imprisoned dragon whimpered weakly and lowered its head in shame. It's gone, really gone. There's not a single one left. A chapter of 4,000 words. Please give me some tickets. Chapter 1071. So, you can only summon 9 illusory, small imprisoned dragons at most? Well, very well. Just stand here and don't move. I'll go buy you a coffin. Let's start our story from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao suddenly sensed something incredible. He actually discovered the figure of the mist dragon in the tear field. Under normal circumstances, the rain of the tear field would not be able to detect the mist dragon. After all, the biological characteristics of the mist dragon were obvious. Hence, Jiang Shao could only use his naked eyes to detect the traces of the mist dragon. However, in the field tear, Jiang Shao sensed the small ice crystals floating in the air, as well as the frost and snow that floated down. Clearly, the crystal dragon had arrived, but its ice crystal domain had yet to reach Jiang Shao. However, it had already caught a mist dragon. Hence, the body of the mist dragon was covered with a layer of frost and snow, and its body was also slightly condensed. Hence, Jiang Shao could sense it clearly. Fight it, Jiang Shao yelled. As soon as he said that, whoosh, an astonishing wave of air rushed out from both sides of Jiang Shao's body. To be exact, it rushed out from the left and right sides of the dragon. Xiaoyan really managed to kill a dragon with her sword. Her output was simply explosive. The other hidden charge was obviously released by the little hidden dragon. Its invisible dragon eyes were still staring at Jiang Shao, who was standing on the dragon head, with resentment. The little hidden dragon did have a resentful expression, but it didn't matter because it was invisible. Hence, its pitiful appearance greatly reduced its lethality. The 2 hidden charge star techniques went straight for the hidden dragon that was entangled and twisted into a dead knot by the 9 small imprisoned dragons. Accurate target. Explosive damage. The poor hidden dragon was sealed by the stars, silence, and the small imprisoned dragons. Initially, Jiang Zhao's stars, silence only had the effect of space confinement and could not completely seal the movement of the opponent. In other words, as long as the hidden dragon was given enough time, it would still be able to fly out of the silence domain, albeit at a particularly slow pace. However, things were different now. The 9 small illuminated dragons that were burning with white flames were binding the hidden dragon tightly, completely freezing its huge body. The imprisoned dragon and the poisonous milk really matched the lyrics. Let me make you stay with love, hey. Stay here. Not only that, silent disaster was dealing a painful blow to the hidden dragon, while the little imprisoned dragon was also frantically devouring its enemies and smearing their huge bodies with ice candle flame. Most importantly, the hidden dragon, who was bound and restrained, could not even howl in pain. Seeing that the outcome had been decided, Jiang Shao stepped on Xiulong's head and grabbed the dragon horn with one hand. The 2 of them instantly flashed away. All of a sudden, a dragon-shaped mist with layers of frost appeared 20 meters in front of Jiang Shao. It was so close that it made one's hair stand on end. It was so close that imprisoned dragon and mist dragon could not react in time. At this time, the mist dragon was in the state of 1,000-mile raid. Without saying anything, It opened its mouth and shot out a cloud of mist, and at the same time, emergency brake. Hee hee, what's wrong? Brother, are you lost? Jiang Shao quickly waved his hand, and a huge space door quietly appeared. Behind the Calamity Shadow World door was the Ice Nation's Fog Dragon Island. Whether it was the Mist Mass or the Mist Dragon that slammed on the brakes, they were all sucked into the spatial gate. Collect Jiang Shao immediately put away the spatial gate. Finally, there are enough male and female Mist Dragons. You guys can happily make babies on the Fog Dragon Island. It was all thanks to the Crystal Dragon's Ice Crystal Domain. Otherwise, not only would Jiang Shao not have been able to find the Mist Dragon, but he would also not have been able to determine its gender through its horns. Huh. Ao Dragon let out a sound of bewilderment. What just happened? Don't worry about what happened. Just lie down. In the future, our big cloak organization will be your dragon race's partners. Jiang Shao chuckled and patted Ao Dragon's dragon horn, only to feel that there were ice crystals appearing around him. The crystal dragons are here. Jiang Shao immediately activated resentment, and the moment the crystal dragon discovered imprisoned dragon through the ice crystal domain, it roared frantically and gathered all the dragons within a radius of 50 kilometers. Jiang Shao was taken aback. It's indeed the overlord of the Dragon Cave. While it's powerful, it's also sinister and ruthless. It's really full of mockery. Everywhere it looked, it was filled with enemies. Jiang Shao hurriedly flashed back with it, only to see Han Jiangxue and the others putting away their star beads. Ah, this hidden dragon is really miserable. It was chased by the dragon, attacked by the star beads, burned by fire, smashed by hammers, and controlled until it died. Damn it, died with everlasting regret? Soon, the ice crystal domain appeared beside them, and layers of ice crystals and frost enveloped them. Jiang Shao said, "The dragons are chasing us." Xiaoyan also sensed it, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, so many! This is an army." Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and said, "This can't go on. Put away imprisoned dragon first. If you want to nurture your relationship with it, summon it during battle." Okay. Jiang Shao pondered for a moment and said, "Once Ao dragon disappears, the dragon army will no longer have a common target, and they will probably kill each other. By then, Jiang Shao chuckled sinisterly, causing everyone to tremble in fear. It seems this is indeed a good way to obtain dragon star beads. Through the seduction of imprisoned dragon, the creatures of the Dragon Cave within a large area would gather together. Under the common enemy, the dragon creatures would temporarily put aside their differences and fight against the enemy together. But at this moment, Jiang Shao put away the imprisoned dragon. I'm such a clever little rascal. Jiang Shao thought to himself happily and reached out to pinch the dragon's horn. Bang! The 55-meter-long imprisoned dragon suddenly turned into a burst of rich star power that surged into Jiang Zhao's body. The richness of the star power was a level higher than that of the humming whale. The humming whale's star power was also astonishing, but it could be seen that all the star power was gathering towards Jiang Zhao's chest. However, the star power of the stars, dragon imprisoning star enveloped Jiang Shao entirely. The dense and overwhelming blue light spots made Jiang Shao dizzy, and he couldn't see anything at all. His vision was completely blocked. However, at the moment when Ao Dragon entered Jiang Zhao's star map, rumble. The river surged and the ground cracked. The sky shattered and the stars fell. All of a sudden, everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao hurriedly floated forward while the star power transformed from Ao Dragon chased after him and surged into his body. Jiang Shao also took the opportunity to observe the surrounding environment. Jiang Zhao's expression changed and he exclaimed, "Damn it! Ao Dragon can't be kept. It can't leave the Dragon Cave. It can't die or disappear." While speaking, Jiang Shao immediately led everyone to flee thousands of kilometers away and found a relatively safe place. He then hurriedly summoned Ao Dragon again. Boom! The ground shook and pieces of gravel slid down from the barren mountain in front. The ground was torn apart and terrifying abysses were opened one after another. The imprisoned dragon had returned, but the collapse of the space seemed to be irreversible. All of a sudden, everyone was dumbfounded. Don't panic. The collapse of any dimensional space will take 15 to 20 minutes, Han Jiangxue said calmly and clearly. Zhang Xiao, let's maintain this state and wait for another 8 minutes. If the space still collapses, we'll immediately return to the entrance of the tunnel. Okay. With a sullen expression, Zhang Xiao nodded and hurriedly asked the humming whale to act as a real-time translator before beginning to communicate with AO Dragon. Zhang Xiao sent images to AO Dragon in a bid to stabilize the collapsed dragon cave and restore the scene to its original state. After several exchanges, AO Dragon shook its head because it did not have that ability at all. Not only that, but AO Dragon also did not know why the space collapsed. In fact, it didn't even think that it had anything to do with it. Zhang Xiao scratched his head in distress, while Roar Dragon looked very innocent. Although it did not know what it had done wrong, it keenly discovered Zhang Xiao's distress. Roar Dragon approached Zhang Xiao and used its long dragon whiskers, which were burning with candlelight, to gently touch Zhang Xiao's face and sweep it up and down, looking like it was comforting him. Zhang Xiao grabbed its long whiskers and squeezed them gently. The problem may be with you, but you're definitely not the one at fault. Han Jiangshue's face was sullen, and she was feeling very guilty. The situation was great for the Tail Feather team, and if this continued, they would be able to obtain a lot of high-quality Dragon Star beads. However, the Dragon Cave suddenly collapsed because of her suggestion. Gu Shi was the most miserable one. He only got his turn after Xia Yin absorbed the Star Technique Hidden Dragon. However, Xia Yin still lacked the Star Technique Hidden Banishment. Hence, Gu Shi did not absorb any star beads at all. The 8 minutes were extremely torturous. As the space within the Dragon Cave started to shatter, everyone knew that this matter was irreversible. As more and more space and land disappeared, everyone knew that they couldn't stay here any longer. Landslides, earth-shattering floods, all of these disasters could be withstood by everyone. However, the loss of space and the frequent appearance of turbulence were all things that they could not resist. Let's go. We'll only have a chance if we stay alive. We can already do whatever we want here. With this experience, we won't make the same mistake the next time we come, Zhang Xiao said. Without waiting for their response, he quickly put away the whale and dragon. Little hidden dragon shivered and felt the wrath of the heavens. As soon as it saw that the imprisoned dragon had disappeared, it quickly moved closer to Zhang Xiao and wrapped its body tightly around Zhang Xiao's. Woo, let's go. Zhang Xiao threw out the star power thread and returned to the strange intersection of the 4 terrains in a flash, only to find that the ground under his feet had already shattered. Everyone floated in the air with the help of their cloaks and hurriedly darted into the entrance of the Dragon Cave tunnel. Whoosh, whoosh. Just like every time they came out, they did not enter the Dragon Cave base directly. Instead, they entered the space gate of the guards. After a while, a middle-aged soldier poked his head out of the space gate and asked, "Sir, is everyone in the Tail Feather team here?" Zhang Xiao nodded and said, "Yes." "Wait a moment," the middle-aged soldier said and immediately closed the space gate. When the gate opened again, they were already in a relatively safe corner of the base. A group of people wearing cloaks filed out. Zhang Xiao said, "The Dragon Cave has collapsed. We're going to report to our superiors now." "Yes," the middle-aged soldier immediately replied. He felt his vision blur, and the Tail Feather team disappeared without a trace. The middle-aged soldier muttered in his heart, "Actually, you don't need to tell me. I already know that the Dragon Cave has collapsed again. Your Tail Feather team is different from the other teams. Whenever you come out, it's definitely because the Dragon Cave has collapsed. If the Dragon Cave doesn't collapse, you guys can fight until the end of time." While he was thinking, a young soldier beside him leaned over and whispered, "See, I told you. The Dragon Cave will explode in 3 days at most. This team is a freaking Dragon Slayer team. They kill every dragon they see. After killing too many, the Dragon Cave can't stand it anymore, so they urgently closed it." Clearly, as a basic team member, the young soldier did not know the relationship between the imprisoned dragon and the collapse of the dragon cave. He guessed that there was a problem with the number of dragons. The middle-aged soldier, peak. Chapter 1072. In Xiaobo's office in the Dragon Cave base. Xiaobo looked at the cloaked members of the Tail Feather Squad, feeling mixed emotions. He was glad that the Tail Feather team had completed another mission to explore the Dragon Cave. Without a doubt, the team must have brought back a large number of Dragon Star beads. He was worried. Why did they come out after only 3 days? Didn't we agree not to attack the imprisoned dragon? Didn't they say that they would look for the enslaved dragon after collecting more resources? It's only been 3 days, and you've already ruined the Dragon Cave? He. Jiang Xiao smiled awkwardly and waved to the side. Xiaoyan immediately activated the Calamity Ruins and flew in to take out all the star beads that the team had obtained. Jiang Xiao handed the star beads to Xiaobo while reporting, "These are 22 crystal dragon star beads, 7 fog dragon star beads, 10 star dragon star beads. I was in a hurry when I came out, so there are a few hidden dragon star beads that I haven't absorbed yet, so I won't be handing them over." Xiaobo hurriedly grabbed the star beads and sorted them out before putting them away. Looking at the pile of dragon star beads, Xiaobo felt a little less worried. He was also adjusting his mentality and comforting himself. After all, before the Tail Feather team entered the Dragon Cave to carry out the mission, Xiaobo had said that the lives of the Tail Feather team were the most important. Hence, they suddenly came out because they encountered a serious crisis? Yes, that must be the case. The safety of the Tail Feather team is the most important. To his surprise, Jiang Xiao said again, Actually, we didn't plan to destroy the Dragon Cave, but something went wrong. Due to our lack of experience, the Dragon Cave collapsed, and the process of collapse is irreversible. We're regretting it now." Xiaobo raised his eyebrows and thought, lack of experience? Out of all the teams in China and the Russian Federation, only the Tail Feather team is not qualified to say that. If you guys lack experience, why don't the others die? Xiaobo calmed himself down and asked, "Report what happened." Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment and said with a pained expression, "I absorb a caged dragon as a star pet. You're well aware of its status in the Dragon Cave. It's ridiculed to the max and attracted countless dragons to attack it. So, I played a trick and kept the caged dragon in the star map. I was still fantasizing that without the imprisoned dragon as a target, the dragon army would fall into internal strife and kill each other. In the end, as soon as the imprisoned dragon entered my star chart, the Dragon Cave collapsed." Oh, so that's how it is. It doesn't matter if the imprisoned dragon is dead or not. As long as it disappears from the Dragon Cave will collapse. Xiaobo nodded thoughtfully as he muttered to himself. All of a sudden, Xiaobo was stunned. He felt that something was wrong. Xiaobo raised his head abruptly and stared at Jiang Xiao in a daze. "You absorbed the imprisoned dragon as your star pet?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. "This is all thanks to the little hidden dragon." While speaking, Jiang Xiao gently patted the hidden dragon on his shoulder and said, "When we were obtaining resources, we encountered the imprisoned dragon that was being chased and was on the run. At that time, I was displeased and thought that with me around, I definitely couldn't let anything happen to the imprisoned dragon." Xiaobo was speechless. Jiang Xiao continued, "Then, the few of us went to rescue the imprisoned dragon. During the battle, the imprisoned dragon discovered the hidden dragon cannon on my shoulder and the star dragon that was entangling Han Jiangxue. The imprisoned dragon was very intelligent, and it discovered that the dragons could coexist harmoniously with us humans. After the battle ended, the imprisoned dragon ran over and begged me to absorb it as a star pet." Jiang Xiao sighed and said, This guy is too scary. I was so scared that I didn't even have the courage to resist. I had no choice but to reluctantly absorb it as a star pet." Xiaobo was dumbfounded. Looking at Jiang Zhao's irritating expression, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin raised their legs almost at the same time. However, their movements were neat and uniform, and they seemed to have realized where they were and what Jiang Zhao's identity was at this moment. Hence, their bodies stiffened and their long legs landed on the ground reluctantly. Xiao Bo's lips twitched awkwardly, and he said, "Jiang LV, you must be joking. I'll go and contact Mr. D. Lian's team now. You guys can take a break in the Dragon Cave for the time being." Jiang Xiao said, "The Tail Feather Brigade is also very busy. How about this? I'll stay here and accompany the imprisoned dragon to complete the task of studying the Star Beast together. Shall my teammates temporarily return to the Dajiang province?" Xiao Bo thought about it and said, "Sure. The current situation is indeed very tense. It's a waste of manpower and resources for the other members of the Tail Feather Brigade to stay here. Apart from you, everyone else can go back. I'll communicate with Brigadier Wan. You guys can go back to the Finching base first." "Okay," Jiang Xiao said and turned to look at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue got the hint and activated the black space teleportation shield. She then brought everyone back to the Finching military base, which was extremely close to the border of China. Under Jiang Zhao's lead, everyone identified themselves to the soldiers of the base and asked for a lounge. In less than 15 minutes, Second Last called the Finching military base and ordered everyone except Jiang Xiao to return to the Dajiang province immediately. Jiang Xiao did not hesitate either. After receiving the order, he immediately brought everyone back to Second Last's office in the Dajiang province, Tail Feather Brigade headquarters. Second Last looked a little proud, and her long and narrow eyes lit up. She stared at Jiang Xiao with a scorching gaze and said, "I only applied for the Dragon Prisoner Star Bead for you. I didn't apply for a Dragon Prisoner Star Bead. Look at what you're saying. Won't I be able to complete the task more than expected?" Jiang Xiao chuckled and scratched the back of his head out of habit. "Okay." Second Last stretched her hand out, and the little hidden dragon on Jiang Zhao's shoulder left Jiang Xiao reluctantly and flew towards Second Last before wrapping itself around her body. "Go ahead," Second Last said, while gently stroking the scales of the hidden dragon. "Okay," Jiang Xiao responded and turned to look at the team. "During the few days that I'm not around, Han Jiangxue will be the captain and commander. Wu Wei, Yi Qingshun will automatically be included in the team." Jiang Xiao then looked at Han Jiangxue and said, "We'll listen to Second Last. Be careful." Han Jiangxue nodded silently and said, "Go early and come back early." Jiang Xiao comforted her and continued, "I reckon that we'll just leave the data of the imprisoned dragon and test the specific effects of the star technique. We'll be back soon." Jiang Xiao then nodded at everyone and flashed away to return to the Finching military base. In fact, Jiang Xiao could go directly to the place where Mr. D. Lian's research team was located, but the dragons were rather special, and the higher-ups requested that they have to conduct research in the Finching military base. They also had to share real-time information with the Finching military base and the Dragon Cave base. Jiang Xiao didn't have any objections to that. Anyway, he was just a lowly soldier, and all he had to do was listen to orders. However, during the 1 or 2 days of waiting for Mr. D. Lian's team to arrive, Jiang Xiao could do something that was extremely urgent, and that was to catch the white ghouls. There was a snowfield dimensional space around the Finching military base that was specially prepared for the warriors to explore the Dragon Cave. The purpose of the dimensional space was to allow the warriors to arrange and practice formations. Jiang Xiao had been there many times and was definitely no stranger to it. After confirming that Di Lian's research team would arrive at the Finching military base at noon the next day, Jiang Xiao greeted the soldiers and flashed to the Finching snowfield dimensional space. "I'll go in and play for a while. I'll come out tomorrow." Jiang Xiao flashed his military identification card and showed it to the soldiers before entering the snowfield. "It's a wonderful year, starting from catching the white ghouls." Jiang Xiao, who was extremely familiar with the place, went straight to the periphery of the holy ground and arrived at the camp of the Guardians of the Night. He then explained the situation to the few guards, who were all dumbfounded. The Guardians of the Night only reacted after Jiang Xiao summoned the humming bear, woke it up, and left with his star pet, Brigadier Jiang. What did he say just now? He said, to prepare our star techniques for healing the soul. As he spoke, one of the guardians of the night held an illusory scepter and stuck it into the ground. He also said that we can relax for the next day. There will be fewer white ghouls and white ghoul witches coming out of the holy ground. The soldiers hurriedly informed the guardians of the night and asked them to prepare their star techniques for soothing the mind. On the other side, the soldiers said, Brigadier Jiang is going to slaughter the white ghouls. Hey, why does the mighty Star Ocean always have a bone to pick with the brass-quality white ghouls? Jiang LV's dual swordsmanship was developed by killing the white ghouls. I reckon he want to practice his swordsmanship again? Hee, have you heard? The snowfield dimensional space in Jian Nan Village has almost been destroyed by Brigadier Jiang. During the festive season, Jiang LV will definitely visit the white ghouls in Jian Nan Village. I understand now that you said that. What day is it today? It's the first day of the Lunar New Year. As they spoke, the soldiers heard the faint roar of the Bear Clan. However, due to the fact that they were too far away, the roar did not affect them at all. Even if they did not use their star techniques to resist, the soldiers would not panic. Besides, the soldiers were still under the protection of the faint light of the scepter. At the same time, in the valley, directly below the holy ground, the group of white ghouls fled in all directions after the roar of the humming bear. There was even a stampede as they fled frantically in all directions. Jiang Shao, on the other hand, directly opened the door of the Calamity Shadow World and placed the door horizontally right below the holy ground. The white ghouls and white ghoul witches that jumped out from it all fell into Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow World. The door of the Calamity World was the Antarctic continent. Of course, Jiang Shao kept an eye out. The Antarctic continent was huge, but he did not directly place the white ghouls in the direction of the crystal dragons. Instead, he placed them in the southernmost area, which was the so-called center of the continent. Jiang Shao bent his legs slightly and maintained the opening of the space door. At the same time, he waved at the baby bear. The baby bear crawled over on all fours, its paws stepping on the snow, making crunching sounds. Its big furry head also came over. Jiang Shao chuckled and pounced forward, hugged the humming bear, and threw it. The man and the bear actually began rolling in the snow under the terrifying door of the holy ground at this moment. The guardians of the night in the snowfield of Fan City still did not know the seriousness of the matter. However, everything changed after a group of white ghouls and white ghoul witches escaped. Brigade Commander Jiang had indeed said that the soldiers could relax and rest for a day because there would be very few white ghouls that would fall from the holy ground the next day. The Guardians of the Night did not have to keep an eye on them at all times, nor did they have to evacuate the white ghouls that might gather. However, how is this a small number? There's no more at all. What's going on? Did Brigade Commander Jiang blow up the holy ground? That can't be. The snowfield is still intact, and there are no signs of tearing or shaking. Could it be that the holy ground is not producing anymore? In fact, it's not that the holy ground is not producing anymore, but God Pai's stock is too large. Chapter 1073. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Jiang Shao was stockpiling goods in the snowfield dimensional space and throwing the white ghouls to the Crystal Dragon continent in the South Pole, Fog Dragon Island in Iceland, Hidden Dragon Island in the Pacific, and Star Dragon Island in Africa. On the strange ball, a team of 100 elite soldiers was on the peninsula amidst the layers of mountain fire. They were advancing from east to west in the middle of the southern peninsula. In the beginning, after they landed on the peninsula, they set fire and killed their way from the west to the east from the boundary line between Jindalai and Kimchi. Now, the Star Advent team had already entered the second stage. After arriving at the eastern coastline of the peninsula, they marched south along the coastline and began the second round of the journey to the west. They really killed their way back and forth. However, this time, the enemies of the Star Advent team were clearly no longer just King Kong Tiger, King Kong Deer, King Kong Hibiscus, and Linglong. Ever since they first encountered the members of the Xianhua organization, they had been extremely careful. They were in the territory of the Xianhua organization, and if they were to wreak havoc, they would definitely be retaliated by the Xianhua organization. A few days ago, Jiang Tu had already informed the Star Advent team of an exciting piece of news. Our actions are effective. On Earth, the open dimensional space at the boundary line of the peninsula was not only filled with fire, but the number of open dimensional spaces had also decreased significantly. Upon hearing the news, Elder He immediately laughed out loud, and his wrinkled face beamed like a flower. That was also the reason that the members of the Star Advent team were extremely motivated. In just 3 days, they were almost done with their first round trip. They were about to return to the coastline on the west side of the peninsula. Little Chongyang was riding a charcoal red Pegasus and holding a heavenly halberd while leading the Ghost Monk Cavalry Regiment forward. The infantrymen at the back were not far behind and could completely catch up with the cavalry regiment. In the past half a month, the cooperation between the various military units of the Yaguda team had become more tacit. He Yin was in a great mood. He was riding on the auspicious beast while activating the halo of nostalgia. However, he looked rather relaxed and carefree, as if he was on a sightseeing tour. The blind lady's posture was even stranger. She grabbed her mount, the auspicious beast, from her scourge ruin, but she didn't ride it. Instead, she stepped on its head. As for auspicious beasts, their body structure was very special. They were born to look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. So Blind Lady was stepping on the auspicious beast's head. Her white and loose robes fluttered in the wind, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. It didn't match the scene of the surrounding flames. Jiang Tu clicked his tongue and said, "TSK, TSK. Your aptitude is too low. You only have 21 star slots?" Jiang Tu looked at Yinjin with a pained expression. This time, Jiang Tu believed it. If the prisoner had not been given the alien orb, he would never have been able to break through to the Starry Sea stage. Besides, Yinjin's star slot had already been filled up. In terms of star technique matching alone, there was no possibility of growth. Yinjin had a submissive look on her face. It was a little difficult for her to maintain such a posture while running at top speed. Of course, she knew how many star slots Jiang Tu had, but, well, she didn't dare to refute him. Huh? Before Yinjin could respond, Jiang Tu suddenly frowned and looked behind him. The two of them were at the back of the Yi Gu Tower army and discovered the situation behind them almost at the same time. Jiang Tu gave Yinjin a look, and she quickly left the team and hid in the forest on the right. In front of them, Jiang Sun was riding on the Black Ridge Fire Feather. He gently patted little Chongyang's shoulder and whispered into her ear, "Pay attention, there are people coming from behind. Advance normally and listen to my commands." Little Chongyang, who was holding the heavenly halberd, stiffened slightly and her almond-shaped eyes widened with excitement. She hurriedly nodded. Jiang Sun immediately got off the horse and let the Ghost Monk clan ride the auspicious beast past him. He then looked at the blind lady who was running towards him. The blind lady seemed to have sensed something. She waved her hand and an illusory whip fell. Jiang Sun reached out to grab it, and the blind lady pulled him. Jiang Sun sat on the auspicious beast and said, "There are people coming from behind. I'm going to ambush them." The blind lady turned around and half knelt on the head of the auspicious beast. She looked down at Jiang Sun and asked softly, "Is it the Star Beast army led by the Star Warriors again?" "No, there are no Golden Mountain creatures or Celestial Flower creatures. I only found a very fast figure." "Well, I found a second person. Could these two people be spies?" Jiang Sun frowned and reached out to block his face. He brushed away the blind lady's long hair that was scattered on his face. He continued, "They should be members of the Celestial Flower Organization. It seems to be an elite team with specialized spies." The blind lady asked, "Only two?" Jiang Sun closed his eyes and communicated with Jiang Tu, who was at the back of the army. He nodded gently and said, "Only two so far. I asked Yinjin to ambush them in the forest at the back, and Baze to ambush them in the forest at the south." The blind lady said, "You covered this guy's eyes." Jiang Sun suddenly opened his eyes and reached out with a smile to tug at the blind lady's white robe. Due to the fact that she was half kneeling on the head of the auspicious beast, the white robe covered half of the auspicious beast's head. This auspicious beast is really impressive. It ran around blindfolded for a long time and relied on its own perception to advance. It didn't deviate at all. How could the auspicious beast have the star technique of perception? However, it relied on pure animalistic senses to sense its surroundings and ran rather happily. Xiao Jiang, what are you two talking about? Higua, who was riding on the donkey, finally sat upright. He held the auspicious beast's head with both hands and looked at the blind lady and Jiang Tu curiously. Jiang Sun's body flashed, and he sat on Yun's black jade auspicious beast while frantically explaining. The news spread in the Yegu Tower army in a short period of time, and the entire army was on guard. Under Jiang Sun's orders, the team almost stopped during the battle with the earth hibiscus beads. While killing the large flowers, they waited for the surprise attack from the team behind them. However, to Jiang Tu's surprise, the two mysterious people behind him had disappeared. Not only that, but because Jiang Tu wanted to lure them into a trap, he deliberately controlled Bays to conceal himself and hide in the forest early. He was prepared to wait for the pursuing team to walk past him, and then he would catch them. However, Bays couldn't find any star warriors in his perception. What's going on? All of a sudden, Jiang Tu felt that he had made a mistake in his perception. It wasn't until Yinjin, who was hiding in the forest, returned that the two of them verified each other's perception again, that Jiang Tu was certain that it was not a mistake in his perception, but that the other party had stopped chasing. Not chasing anymore, Jiang Tu kept his cool. After obtaining a large number of earth hibiscus star beads, he continued to lead the team to burn the forest and continue heading west, pretending as if nothing had happened. The army continued to move forward, and the sky turned dark. They finally arrived at the west coastline before the sky turned dark. According to the normal marching rhythm of the Yegu Pagoda, they should be setting up camp there at night. So, are they trying to sneak into the camp at night? The more Jiang Tu thought about it, the more he felt that it should be the case. After discussing with the members of the Star Advent team, he decided to beat them at their own game. You want to sneak into the camp? I'll set up a camp for you then. How dare you? 100 elite soldiers set up camp on the cliff and deliberately stayed away from the forest. Jiang Tu wanted to see how the other party was going to sneak into the camp. Although it was called a cliff, it was actually just a small hill that was no more than 5 to 6 meters high. With the physique of the Platinum Star Beasts, such a height was nothing at all. Hence, they were not restricted by the terrain. Below the cliff, there was a beach and the sea. Everyone started a fire to cook, while Jiang Sun opened the Calamity Ruins and pulled out more than 10 corpses of the King Kong tigers, which he then distributed to the soldiers. With the humans' leadership, Jiang Tu certainly wouldn't let the star beasts live a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. They didn't dare to eat the venison because it looked too disgusting, just like a zombie deer. However, if they roasted the tiger meat, wouldn't it be delicious? The Yegu Pagoda army was vigilant. They ate to their heart's content and didn't receive any sneak attacks. A few hours passed quickly. The bright moon hung high in the sky, the sea breeze blew, and the sound of the waves came one after another, hitting the beach again and again. Jiang Sun stood on the cliff, looking at the sea under the moonlight. He looked sad and artistic, but in fact, he was communicating with Jiang Shou on Earth. This was because Bays was controlled by Jiang Shou, who was on Earth. Only by communicating with Jiang Shou could he communicate with Bays. Bays, who was hiding in the distant forest, didn't notice anything unusual. No abnormality was the biggest abnormality. How many nights had they set up camp? The Yegu Pagoda army would be attacked by the King Kong tigers. However, it was already midnight, and the arrogant King Kong tigers still hadn't come. Why? A white-clothed figure appeared beside Jiang Sun. Under the moonlight, in the sea breeze, the blind lady looked like a fairy. She exuded a fairy aura. Blind lady whispered, "Even if someone is attacking, I don't think their target is the Yegu Pagoda army." Jiang Sun, blind lady, as you said, if the other party is an elite team, then their mission is likely to be a beheading mission. The most dangerous one is little Chongyang and her Black Ridge fire feather. Next would be us. HM. Jiang Sun nodded thoughtfully. Your analysis makes sense. The southern peninsula is in danger now, and little Chongyang is the one who contributed the most. Blind Lady whispered, 2 to 5 in the morning is a very suitable time for a sneak attack. Jiang Sun said, I've already arranged sentries outside. Everyone in the team has received the notice. We won't sleep tonight. We are all waiting for the enemy to come. The blind lady let out a slight nasal sound. At the same time, in the forest, a slender figure walked over from behind Jiang Tuesday. Jiang Tu turned around and saw Yiningjin. He frowned and said unhappily, Why isn't she guarding at the designated position? As soon as he said that, Jiang Tu also sensed that something was wrong. Yiningjin couldn't disobey Jiang Tu's orders. If she left her post, then she must have brought important information to report. Since she came with information, then she couldn't be walking quickly. She should be using the blade of death to hurry. In other words, Jiang Tu's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and walked forward. At the same time, he reached out and pinched Yiningjin's face. He smiled and said, My body will be drained by you sooner or later. Yiningjin was obviously stunned for a moment, but she reacted quickly and cooperated. Under the moonlight, a shy smile appeared on her enchanting face. She lowered her head slightly and looked shy. This action undoubtedly made Jiang Tu even more certain of his judgment. When did I touch a woman? I, the king of poisonous healers, am a virgin. I use my pee to save people. What does it mean to be a benevolent doctor? What does it mean to practice medicine? As he spoke, Jiang Tu's fingers had already landed on Yiningjin's face. In Yiningjin's right hand that was hanging naturally, a red and blue dagger quietly slipped out of her sleeve and fell in her palm. Before Yiningjin could do anything, Jiang Tu's star technique, sharpness, had already been activated. He pierced his steel-like fingers into the side of Yiningjin's face and dug it out. In ancient times, Black Tiger dug out the heart. Today, Jiang Tu dug out the face. Besides, it was more than half of her head. At the same time, Jiang Sun, who was on the cliff, suddenly turned to look at the blind lady. What's second last name? The blind lady frowned slightly and did not respond. Jiang Sun subconsciously retreated and said, I was in this sect last year on this day. Jiang Sun's second question made the blind lady immediately understand what he meant. Having been on missions on the peninsula for a long time, she was very clear about the star techniques of the earth flower. She stopped hesitating and immediately answered, Wan Hongying, a human face and peach blossoms. With a sullen expression, Jiang Sun said, They've probably already snuck in. I'll go to little Chongyang's tent, and you go to Old He's tent. If nothing goes wrong, we'll gather here as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Sun disappeared without a trace. When he appeared in little Chongyang's tent, he saw Yiningjin, who was surrounded by red and blue mist, holding a dagger and stabbing little Chongyang's throat. Apex. Chapter 1074. Jiang Sun's expression suddenly changed. How did this group of people sneak in? Little Chongyang knelt on the mattress on the floor under the red and blue mist of Yiningjin. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the dagger in front of him in a daze, but he did not move at all. Chongyang! Yang! Jiang Sun yelled in shock, trying to use his voice to wake little Chongyang up. At the same time, he waved his right hand and threw a sound of silence. Ding! However, before Jiang Sun raised his hand, the ghostly figure in the mist had already bewitched little Chongyang, and the red and white dagger had already been pointed at little Chongyang's throat. However, the dagger did not pierce little Chongyang's skin. Instead, it made a crisp ding sound. Little Chongyang had the diamond body of death. Whoosh bang! The ghostly figure disappeared, and the sound of silence came as expected. Chongyang's expression turned bitter. She quickly regained her composure. She had been kneeling on a mattress on the floor, but she quickly crawled out of the domain of silence. She saw another figure dashing into her tent. It was Jiang Tu. Little Chongyang rubbed his chest with a pained expression. Although Jiang Sun's sound of silence was of the lowest quality and did not have the additional painful blow effect, the feeling of being silenced was still terrible. What happened? We're not eating. Little Chongyang's words came to an abrupt halt as there were roars coming from the military camp outside. Jiang Sun said, "The people from the Celestial Flower Organization have snuck in. Remember, they can change their appearance, height, and everything else. They can also use the star technique Orchid Bell. They're very sinister." Jiang Sun helped little Chongyang up and said, "Due to the limitations of height and race, they can't transform into other star beasts. Ghost Monk, Soul Warrior, and Dancer are too tall, while Book Soul is too short. The physical characteristics of auspicious beasts are completely different from humans. So, if they want to disguise themselves, they can only pretend to be our team members." Jiang Sun whispered, "For safety's sake, just in case, once we're separated, we'll need to use a password to confirm each other's identity when we meet again. The password between us is the name of the Birch Forest tribe leader." Little Chongyang nodded obediently, but his big eyes were filled with disappointment. All right, Jiang Xiao. I was just eating barbecued meat." Jiang Sun. "What time is it?" My great-aunt Jiang Tu, who was standing at the entrance of the tent, said, "Let's go. Follow me out to exterminate the bandits." Coming. Hearing that they were going to fight, little Chongyang also became excited. He picked up the square sky halberd that was leaning against the entrance of the tent and chased after Jiang Tuesday. It seemed that in her mind, eating and fighting were on the same level. The three of them had just stepped out when they saw the chaotic military camp. The hoarse roars of the ghost monks, the furious roars of the soul warriors, and the whimpers of the auspicious beasts could be heard from time to time. The assassination team had failed their mission, but instead of fleeing, they were preparing to fight? How much confidence did they have? Under the moonlight, cherry blossoms fell and floated at the edge of the dense forest. 6 ghostly figures charged through the army as if there was no one stopping them. With their unparalleled speed, they pursued to kill with one strike. They never got entangled with any living creatures, and they would never meet up with the ghost monks who were extremely skilled in martial arts. After one strike, they left quickly. What was more terrifying was that in a short period of time, the military camp was filled with a red and blue mist. Ring, 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 a crisp and melodious bell rang, bouncing in the military camp. Jiang Sun saw He Yun, who was standing with the blind lady, and he hurriedly threw out a bell to heal the group of star beasts whose throats had been torn apart. Without a doubt, this assassination team that appeared and disappeared mysteriously were the elites of the elites. Their tactical thinking was very clear. Under the moonlight, among the cherry blossoms, the flashing figures were terrifying. A yin-yang soul warrior roared angrily and instantly transformed into the yang soul state, greatly increasing his defense. And in this short span of a second, his body had actually been stabbed 3 times in a row. Head, throat, heart. The yin-yang soul warrior tightened his long legs, and with a kick, the figure in front of him, who stabbed 3 times, disappeared without a trace, leaving only a faint red and blue mist. In an instant, the yin-yang soul warrior's eyes became blurred. Obviously, he was dragged into the illusion of the lily of the valley fog. It was also at this moment that another ghostly figure appeared behind the yin-yang soul warrior. The blue and red dagger was very ruthless, and from the bottom to the top, it directly stabbed into the yin-yang soul warrior's back. The other party did not continue fighting and left the dagger that was stabbed into the yin-yang soul warrior's back and quickly fled. Jiang Sun hurriedly threw out a bell, and the jumping medical light just hit the yin-yang soul warrior's body, and there was a violent explosion. Boom! The lily of the valley dagger that was stabbed deep into the yin-yang soul warrior's heart exploded. Not only that, but the exploded lily of the valley fog also permeated the surroundings, quickly polluting the surrounding area. The same scene was happening in the Yegu Tower army. Jiang Tu pulled out the giant blade of death, and with the help of his perception, he quickly shuttled away. Behind him, little Chongyang immediately chased after him. 2 platinum lines of the giant blade of death shone with a dazzling light and chased after a ghostly figure in the cherry blossom domain. Jiang Sun frowned. He had already understood the other party's tactics and common star techniques. Jiang Sun's body flashed, and he stood directly on top of little Chongyang's tent. That position was very obvious, and it was a position that was full of taunts. It was very attractive. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Just as Jiang Sun stood on top of the tent, a ghostly figure with a dagger in his hand pierced Jiang Sun's face. However, the red and blue dagger disappeared quietly, and the ghostly figure slowed down. That was because the moment Jiang Sun stood there, he threw out the domain of silence beneath his feet. A gentleman does not stand under walls. But the problem is, I, Jiang Sun, am not afraid of death. The ghostly silhouette charged over but barged into the domain of silence. After losing the dagger in his hand, the ghostly silhouette clenched his fist, wanting to make use of the momentum and impact to smash Jiang Sun's head. However, things did not go as he wished. That steel-like fist smashed into a transparent defensive wall. That was because Baze was hidden in the tent below Jiang Sun, at the edge of the domain of silence. Jiang Sun's combat intelligence was not to be trifled with. That was something that he had experienced time and time again in actual combat. He had killed his way through the battlefield. The reason why he dared to stand here was because he had the confidence to do so. He had already set up a trap. The ghostly figure who punched the transparent defensive shield suddenly had a change of expression. The ghostly figure wanted to continue shuttling, but he could not activate his star technique and had no choice but to fall down due to inertia. At this moment, a purple bolt of lightning exploded in the tent. The purple electric current smashed the curtain of the tent and accurately hit the ghostly figure who was falling down. The ghostly figure's face stiffened and his body went numb while his mind went blank. Under the violent impact of the electric current, even though he had been blasted out of the domain of silence, it was still difficult for him to move within a short period of time. "How dare you hit my Jiang Shao?" A delicate voice filled with anger could be heard. Little Chongyang flashed and appeared behind the ghostly figure, holding a halberd made from the body of the Void Calamity Phantom and thrusting it forward. Ding! The halberd pierced the ghostly figure's chest, but it only made a crisp sound and did not pierce his heart. Chongyang widened her almond-shaped eyes and flashed again, appearing in front of the ghostly figure. There was already a platinum-colored pearl of desperation in her hand. She held the pearl of desperation in her hand and pressed it against the ghostly figure's face. To be exact, she pressed it against the ghostly figure's mouth that was wide open due to the pain. Jiang Sun was dumbfounded at the sight of this. Little Chongyang forcefully pressed the pearl of desperation into the ghostly figure's mouth and covered his mouth with her tiny hand while pinching his face. At the next moment, boom! It was a diamond-quality pearl of desperation that exploded from the enemy's mouth. All of a sudden, the scene was extremely bloody. The ghostly head that Little Chongyang was holding was blown up. Little Chongyang's body was also splattered with thick blood. Although she had star power to protect her body, her clothes were torn apart. Although it seemed a little tragic, Little Chongyang actually did not suffer too much damage. Apart from the Pearl of Desperation, she also had a star technique that came with it. Body of Desperation. Diamond Body of Desperation. Greatly increases one's defense, greatly increases one's resistance to explosive star techniques, and is immune to dizziness. But then again, why did the Desperado have the star technique Pearl of Desperation? Because the Desperados were all skeletons that could be blasted at will. Anyway, they didn't wear any clothes at all. Little Chongyang, who was dressed in rags, flashed again and returned to Jiang Sun's side with an anxious expression. She wanted to show concern for Jiang Sun, but she could not make a sound when she opened her mouth. It was because Jiang Sun was still keeping silent and using her as bait. Jiang Sun hurriedly pushed the ragged Little Chongyang out on the east side of the military camp. Jiang Tu's figure flashed through the dense rain of ink and paper. Relying on his keen senses, he frantically chased after the ghostly figure in front of him. However, the disadvantage of the star technique Blade of Desperation was also revealed. It cannot be turned. On the other hand, the Cherry Blossom domain could allow one to change direction at will while moving rapidly. In an instant, the two figures darted into the dense forest. 2 seconds later, Jiang Tu's figure stopped abruptly. In front of him was a circle formed by swaying green vines. The vine-like plants were about 10 centimeters tall and had spikes on them. In the center of the circle, formed by the green vines, stood a man and a woman, as well as a woman lying on the ground. "You're here," said a man with a medium build who grinned at Jiang Tu while speaking in his hometown's language. Jiang Tu knew this man and woman. He had seen the leader of the Xianhua organization in the illusion that Yin Yingjin created for him. Jin Yaoqi, Chui Kelly. At the feet of the female leader, Chui Kelly, was a woman who was tied up and had blood flowing out her mouth. She was Yin Yingjin. She was tied up tightly by the green vines and could not move at all. The strange thing was that Yin Yingjin was using her true appearance at this moment. In other words, her star power has been sealed. Otherwise, this woman who loved beauty as much as her life would not have shown her true appearance. "I'm very honored to be able to invite you to see what happens to this bitch, hee." As she spoke, Chui Kelly stepped on Yin Yingjin's head and continued to use force to grind her into the ground. "Up!" Yin Yingjin screamed. Her face was distorted as she screamed miserably. Bang! There was a thunderclap. Purple lightning descended from the sky. The thick purple lightning directly exploded in the middle of the circle of green plants. The dense purple electric currents were like little snakes, crawling everywhere. However, in Jiang Tu's eyes, all of this turned into nothingness. Baze, who was rushing over, had a change of expression. As he flashed too quickly, he only realized that something was wrong when he actually entered the battlefield. Through his synesthesia, everything that Jiang Tu saw was an illusion. The thick purple electric current directly exploded on the empty ground. When did Jiang Tu fall for it? Was it when he was chasing that ghostly figure? The faint mist of the bell that floated in the air had already dragged Jiang Tu into the illusion. Why did the illusion shatter? Because a sharp dagger directly stabbed into Jiang Tu's face. Without any hesitation, the lily of the bell dagger exploded. Jiang Tu did not even have the chance to be stunned. The soul devouring of the sea that was draped over Jiang Tu was completely dumbfounded. If the other party stabbed the dagger from the back of Jiang Tu's head, the soul devouring of the sea could at least block it for a while. However, that figure actually appeared directly in front of Jiang Tu. From the beginning to the end, the soul devouring of the sea did not escape from the illusion. It was not until Jiang Tu's head was shattered and the lily of the bell weapon exploded that the soul devouring of the sea was blown away that the cloak suddenly woke up. Its perception of this world had been modified. At this moment, Jiang Tu died the same way that the ghostly figure that little Chongyang had pressed into his mouth with the pearl of desperation. True, heavenly reincarnation. It was an instant death. On Earth, those at the Star Warrior stage could be recognized as the Star Warrior King by the world. However, on this alien ball, the Star Warrior's life was not called a life at all. Jiang Tu's passive defense type was gold quality endurance. Gold quality endurance was different from the gold quality body of steel, which specialized in physical defense, and it could not be compared to the body of desperation. However, Jiang Tu was used to green glow, and his skills also relied on green glow. As a warrior, he must have this. However, the problem was that when he absorbed green glow, he first absorbed endurance. On Earth, in the snowfield of Fin City, Jiang Shao covered his head with one hand and closed his eyes tightly. His face was extremely distorted as he squeezed out a word from between his teeth, F***CK. Chapter 1075. As Jiang Tu's had exploded, the sea-devouring soul regained its senses and quickly flew backward with Jiang Tu's headless corpse in an attempt to escape from this dangerous situation. Suddenly, a patch of cherry blossoms fell and a ghostly figure appeared. The red and blue dagger in her hand turned into a long sword made of cherry blossoms. Pust! The cherry blossom sword stabbed at the sea-devouring soul, but failed to pierce through it. Huh! Accompanied by a woman's confused voice, the cherry blossom sword suddenly exploded in the next moment. The sea-devouring soul was blown away again. This time, the headless Jiang Tu, who was enveloped by the sea-devouring soul, flew out from the open cloak like a kite with a broken string. This star beast is interesting. The female leader of the fairy flower tribe seemed to have never seen the sea-devouring soul from the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. She stuck out her tongue and licked the blood on her lips. Her eyes were full of interest. Her ghostly figure shuttled back and forth again. The cherry blossom sword stabbed the sea-devouring soul and pierced into the ground. A cloud of mist emerged from the hood of the sea-devouring soul. It looked like a horrifying human face. In the next moment, countless water droplets appeared and dyed Chui Kelly's clothes. Pust, 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 platinum-devouring sea punishment. The special star power water seemed to be able to melt everything. In an instant, Chui Kelly's black clothes melted a lot. Not only that, even her face looked like it was splashed with sulfuric acid. Chui Kelly's expression changed, but what made people's hair stand on end was that she didn't seem to feel any pain. Or perhaps, she didn't care about this kind of pain at all. Her eyes blazed even more. This kind of pain seemed to arouse her desire to fight even more. As the star power water continued to splatter, she narrowed her eyes and stared at the cloak in front of her. Clearly, she was more interested in this cloak. Swoosh! Cherry blossoms quietly appeared on Chui Kelly's martial arts attire. In the blink of an eye, a cherry blossom trench coat was draped over her body and a cherry blossom mask was put on her face. The Sea Devourer's star power water melted the cherry petals, and the cherry petals made of star power quickly filled up her face. This sea-devouring punishment, star technique of the sea-devouring soul, was of platinum quality. At such a critical moment, the sea-devouring soul couldn't possibly hold back. However, its star power water was obstructed. The speed at which it dissolved the cherry blossom windbreaker and the cherry blossom mask was far slower than the speed at which the cherry blossom petals appeared. You are mine. This is the truth. You can only accept it. Chui Kelly held the cherry blossom longsword in her hand and activated the cherry blossom domain, piercing the body of the sea devourer. Wearing the cloak, she dashed into the dense forest, disappearing without a trace. A few seconds later, in the dense forest thousands of meters away, the sea-devouring soul was stabbed into the ground by the cherry blossom longsword. Chui Kelly, who was wearing the cherry blossom windbreaker, knelt down on her knees. Wearing the cherry blossom gloves, she grabbed the mist in the hood of the sea devourer with one hand. The cherry blossom gloves glowed as though they would explode at any time. Chui Kelly's movements came to an abrupt halt. She opened her mouth and spoke in a strange Chinese accent, "Submit or die." The sea-devouring soul was not an adult. It had been absorbed by Jiang Tu as a pet a few months ago and was brought along with it. In other words, it was still in the form of a cub. Besides, its relationship with Jiang Tu was not as deep as it seemed, not to mention a piece of clothing. Even if it was a brother or best friend with a deep relationship, how many times had there been betrayals? Besides, Jiang Tu had already died at this moment. The sea-devouring soul had a high IQ, and its tendency to avoid harm was also engraved in its genes. Taking 10,000 steps back, who in this world would be willing to die? Similarly, there was a woman who was unwilling to die. He. A smug laugh came from the dense forest. The male leader of the Celestial Flower Organization walked out with Yinjin, who was tied up by vines. He pointed to the headless Jiang Tu, who had been blown away not far away, and said, "You betrayed us just to follow this little bastard?" Jin Yaoqi grabbed Yinjin's hair and shook her left and right, making her face Jiang Tu's headless body. Yinjin's body trembled, and she said while trembling, "Sir, I know I was wrong. Please, give me a chance. You bitch, you have repeatedly shown your loyalty. Do you think I will keep you?" Yinjin pressed Yinjin's head against the tree with one hand and pressed his upper body against it. He moved behind her ear and laughed. "Do you know what your only value is now? I beg you, sir, don't kill me. I still have value. I have a lot of information about this Chinese team. I can also do anything for you." Yinjin struggled with all her might, but her face was slightly contorted under the pressure of the palm and the tree trunk. "Ha!" The male leader, Jin Yaoqi, rose into the air and emphasized in a strange manner, seemingly teasing her. He looked at the traitor in front of him coldly and sneered. "They're all going to die today. I don't need any information. What do you think?" Yinjin said while shivering, "No, you need it. Please don't do this to me. At the same time, in the camp by the sea, in less than 3 minutes, the place was already shrouded in a red and blue fog. In the fog, ghostly shadows shuttled back and forth, and shrill screams could be heard continuously. It was as if everyone was in a gorgeous but cruel dream. In a simple tent, the blind lady was holding an illusory long whip in her hand, which was coiled around a masked man in a black suit. The masked man had a look of horror on his face, and there was extreme fear in his eyes. It was a tremor that came from the depths of his heart. The whip that was coiled around his body did not loosen or tighten, but it was continuously transmitting fear to his heart. Below star level 4, Platinum Star Technique, Soul Strangulation. In front of the masked man, Hyun's eyes were wide open and his eyes were already dark. Clearly, Hyun had long activated the star technique, Night Eye, in the tent that was filled with thick fog. While he had night vision, he could also see through the illusions and unnatural darkness, and also give his opponent a psychological shock. Hyun's old palm suddenly turned into a claw shape, and the star technique, Sharpness, that he obtained from Great Meng Star was activated, tearing at the masked man in front of him. The blind lady loosened the whip in her hand, turned around, and walked out of the tent. As she walked, her eyes, which were covered by the white cloth, flowed with dark tears that stained her fair and tender face. She still did not remove the white cloth that was covering her eyes, but a bright ray of light suddenly lit up in the white cloth. Her bright gaze actually penetrated the cloth and landed in front of her. The blind lady. It seemed that she had never really been blind before. Standing in the chaotic military camp, she saw the golden rods appearing out of thin air and hitting her comrades around her maniacally. The golden rods were trying their best to wake all of their comrades up, but the golden rod star technique could only wake one person up at a time. It would also be accompanied by intense pain. The blind lady extended her hand, and all of a sudden, a gust of wind swept over, causing her long hair and white robe to flutter. The Yegu Tower soldiers were thrown off their horses, and the endless gust of wind not only blew them away, but also dispersed the mist of the lily of the valley in the field. She had done the same thing a few seconds ago. That time, she killed an assailant. A few seconds later, she was still standing at the entrance of the tent, but no one dared to sneak up on her again. At some point in time, spots of fluorescence quietly appeared and spread out from the tent behind the blind lady, flashing in the entire military camp. Hyun's right hand was covered in blood, and he was holding onto a broken human head. Meanwhile, his left hand was filled with white fluorescence that could purify souls. Below star level 4, Platinum Star Technique, Mu Ming. It's a range purification star technique. The old master has finally obtained a purification type star technique. The reason why Jiang Tu and Jiang Sun were fearless was because they had already explained the mission to Hyun. Having carried out missions on the peninsula for a long time, everyone was well aware of the operation of the Peninsula Star Technique. Since they dared to use this trick, the team was naturally well prepared. However, Jiang Tu had obviously underestimated the enemy's abilities and overestimated Elder He's combat abilities. Jiang Sun initially thought that Hyun, who was in the Starry Sky stage, would be able to protect the entire army. However, he did not expect to be held back by a small fry. Jiang Sun, who was in the military camp, felt a little relieved after discovering the spots of light. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to trust his comrades and also rely on himself. It was not that he no longer trusted his comrades, but rather he felt that he shouldn't pin all his hopes on others. He shouldn't take anything for granted. Even the Star Warriors in the Starry Sky stage were still humans. Since they were humans, all sorts of situations would inevitably occur. As the spots of light spread throughout the entire military camp, the mist of the lily of the valley that had yet to be completely blown away was finally purified by the fluorescence. The chaotic military camp suddenly became much quieter. It was because the Yi Gu Pagoda army suddenly discovered that they were actually fighting their own comrades. The star beasts that were fighting stopped in unison. At this moment, the shouts and sounds of weapons colliding were especially ear-piercing. Die! Hee hee! Jin Xiao chuckled sinisterly, and the terrifying eyes under the bamboo had emitted a bright ray of light. He held the giant sword and stabbed it at the masked man's waist. At this moment, he stepped on the halo of thorns and put on the starlight cassock while the seal of holy power appeared in front of his chest. At the back, the ghost monk clan that was fighting each other snapped back to reality and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see that a series of star techniques had been added to Jin Shio's body. The giant sword that was made of ordinary materials pierced the masked man in front of him. At this moment, Jin Shio also activated the star technique Motionless. While stabbing the opponent to death, he also protected his name, decisive, ruthless, and wise. However, the person in front of him, who had only reached his waist, did not make any move to escape or counterattack. This was because a small hand shrouded in mist had emerged from the ground beneath the masked man's feet, tightly grabbing onto the masked man's ankle. Under the star technique, Motionless, Jin Shio couldn't even move his eyes. However, when it sensed that the other party seemed to have been controlled, Jin Shio immediately canceled the star technique and tore it apart. As the giant sword was waved continuously, in an instant, there was a mist of blood and minced meat flying everywhere. Not only must you kill, but you must also kill thoroughly. Master taught you that. Chapter 1076. Jin Shio's master, whom she couldn't forget, was riding on the back of the Black Ridge Fire Feather. He flew high in the sky and rained down a series of bells. He could see the situation below. Jiang Sun's expression was rather ugly. Under the protection of Yun and the blind girl, the Yigu Tower army had at least stabilized. However, the battle was still ongoing, especially the paper ink book soul that had been bewitched. With the help of the paper ink clothes, it released paper pieces indiscriminately, blowing up countless allies. Even though the members of the Immortal Flower Organization were very strong, from the perspective of the number of casualties, the Yigu Tower army suffered more damage from their own army. Fortunately, Jiang Sun had already thrown the two white-faced dancers into the shadow ruins when the fog had dissipated. Otherwise, if the two astral beasts were to be bewitched, the Yin-Yang Soul Warrior team would have been smashed into smithereens. Jiang Sun was flying in such a conspicuous position, but no one dared to ambush him. Because the person who had attempted to assassinate Jiang Sun had died, just like the person who had attempted to assassinate the blind girl. Jiang Sun rode on the Black Ridge Fire Feather and floated motionlessly in the air. On the other hand, Jiang Sun's surroundings were completely enveloped by silence. Jiang Sun had constructed an invisible barrier that said, "This path is blocked." He calculated the time and replenished the silence every 10 seconds. As long as you had a route of movement, be it flying or traveling at high speed, you would have to pass through the silence domain. Once an enemy passed through here, they were already a dead person. No matter how fast you traveled, after being silenced, you could still continue to charge forward due to inertia. However, He Chongyang, who was riding in front of Jiang Sun, was definitely not someone to be trifled with. There was still blood dripping from her halberd. The owner of this blood was someone who didn't believe in the supernatural. Special battlefield, special treatment. Jiang Sun had long realized that this group of people didn't have any magic abilities. They were all melee fighters, perhaps even all melee fighters, assassins. This was an assassination team with a very single function. It should be an assassination team that existed specifically to kill. Was this still the Immortal Flower Organization that Yinjin mentioned? This was probably not just the Celestial Flower Organization, right? This was especially true for the Mist of the Lily of the Valley. With the support of the Cherry Blossom Domain, there was definitely a chemical reaction, and its power increased exponentially. If it weren't for the fact that the purification star techniques were naturally superior to the pollution-type star techniques, Heian probably wouldn't be able to purify the camp even if he wanted to. In the military camp below, the cherry blossom rain was still present, and there were even ghostly figures shuttling back and forth. Jiang Sun held on to silence and threw it onto the heads of the inkpaper book souls. This group of little fellows had gone berserk. Even though they had already escaped from the dense fog of the Lily of the Valley, they were still fighting with anger, A red silk inkstone in one hand, a zhuangyuan brush in the other, a set of paper and ink robes. The Ink Book Soul Clan was simply the best candidate to cause a ruckus. Jiang Shao. He Chongyang suddenly called out, gesturing for Jiang Sun to look towards the east. Jiang Sun looked over in the blink of an eye, and his pupils constricted slightly. In the sky not far away, there was a woman in a black cloak with cherry blossoms around her. She was looking at him from afar. The moment the two of them looked at each other, Chui Kelly smirked and said with a mocking smile, "Is the peninsula a place where you can come?" They were too far away, and the woman was speaking in her native language. Under the moonlight, Jiang Sun couldn't see her lips clearly. But that robe, soul of the sea devourer, Jiang Tu's soul of the sea devourer. Jiang Sun raised his hand and threw out silence. However, the woman's figure shuttled through the air. Fast. She's so damn fast. He Chongyang didn't even look back at all. He pointed at the heavenly halberd and stabbed it behind him. Huff! The cherry blossoms around Chui Kelly's body, the dense fog of the valley, and the cherry blossom sword in her hand all disappeared the moment she passed through the domain of silence. However, He Chongyang's heavenly halberd did not stab her, because the soul of the sea devourer on the woman suddenly lifted the hem of her robe and caught little Chongyang's attack. Chui Kelly flew backward and quickly left the domain of silence. If not for the soul of the sea devourer, she would have been a corpse by now, no matter how glorious her previous achievements were. Unfortunately, Jiang Sun's domain of silence was gold quality, which was also the lowest quality. It didn't have the painful strike or the space imprisonment effect, so she was able to escape easily. Chui Kelly flew backward and sneered, "Your robe is not bad." Jiang Sun's Korean was half-baked, but he could understand such simple words. Harumph! The black ridge fire feather screeched, and a scorching hot wind blew out. The moment before the black ridge fire feather attacked, Jiang Sun had already raised his hand and threw out silence. However, both Jiang Sun's attack and the black ridge fire feather's attack missed. The cloaked woman in the air disappeared silently, but her voice didn't disappear. She actually flew around Jiang Sun in circles. For a moment, Jiang Sun seemed to have turned on 3D surround sound. You should scram back to your hometown and pray every day that I'll set foot there later. Jiang Sun's expression turned solemn when he heard the woman's voice. This time, he didn't calculate the time, cast silence, or seal off the surrounding area. Jiang Sun made a prompt decision and said to little Chongyang, "Look for the right opportunity." As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped off his horse. Although he was also wearing a cloak, he naturally fell down. Clearly, he had no intention of flying. Jiang Shao. Little Chongyang's expression changed. He kicked the warhorse beneath him with his short legs and quickly flew down. Remember, this peninsula isn't a place people like you can set foot in. The woman's voice surrounded Jiang Sun, but she didn't try to assassinate him. The ghostly figure continued to fly around Jiang Sun's body without any pattern. "I've seen your movements, and I've seen what you've done. You want to flatten the peninsula? Ha! You want die? Really?" Chui Kelly's voice was like a ghost that lingered around Jiang Sun. "I'll give you enough time. I hope you can recall the taste of tonight." As her voice disappeared, the woman's figure disappeared too. However, the cherry blossoms that filled the sky did not disappear. At the same time, the Yigu Pagoda army was shaken again. A muffled sound was heard. Before everyone could snap back to their senses, they saw Yin Yang Soul Warrior clutching his chest with one hand and half kneeling on the ground. The enemy's speed is too fast. Unlike the assassins from the Xianhua organization, the female leader's cherry blossom domain was probably of a higher level. The difference in speed was like the difference between clouds and mud. Jiang Sun's expression changed, and he yelled, "All Yin Yang Soul Warriors, activate your Yang Soul state. Silver Consort activate. Golden Consort activate. Starlight Robe activate." As he spoke, Baize's figure appeared behind Jiang Sun, and he also activated the transparent defensive shield. Due to Jiang Tu's presence, Jiang Sun didn't have any star techniques. He was purely providing medical support. At this moment, Jiang Tu was already dead. The headless corpse had already turned into specks of starlight that dissipated in the air. The other party didn't take the bait. They really didn't come. Jiang Sun had a sullen expression as he saw figures dressed in black slowly appearing in the dense forest in the distance. Several men in black from the Xianhua organization had already died there, and there was another batch of them in the dense forest. If everyone had the cherry blossom domain star technique, did it mean that there were many people from Japan? Ring, 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 a series of crisp and melodious bell chimes rang out. He yin threw out the bell with one hand, and the star map in front of his chest quietly bloomed. He activated the orange-red bell shield, which landed on the blind lady, little Chongyang, Jiang Sun, and himself. Little Chongyang looked indignant and suddenly flipped off the horse before throwing the heavenly halberd to Jiang Sun. He then summoned a platinum heavenly halberd in his hand, and whoosh! Little Chongyang shuttled back and forth rapidly. With his perception and speed fully activated, he madly chased after the ghostly figure. Although it was also a diamond-quality high-speed movement star technique, the blade of death that shuttled in a straight line was indeed inferior to the domain star technique. The sneak attack and assassination in the past had turned into a head-on confrontation. When a team that specialized in assassinations in the dark was engaged in a head-on confrontation with the army, it was enough to tell the direction of the battle. However, Star Warrior was synonymous with defying fate and changing fate. Two figures flickered and appeared in Bei's transparent defensive shield. Blind Lady and He Yun. Blind Lady stood in front of Jiang Sun and suddenly half-knelt on the ground while pressing her hand against the ground. She had endured it for a long time. Her star martial technique was not suitable to be used in the military camp. Compared to killing a few assassins, the Yegu Tower army would definitely suffer more casualties under her star martial technique. However, at this moment, with the arrival of more than 20 men in black, Blind Lady decided not to worry about anything anymore. At the moment when Blind Lady pressed her hand against the ground, everyone was stunned all of a sudden. Yes, everyone present was stunned. Be it the Yegu Tower Army, the Star Advent Team, or the Celestial Flower Organization, all of them paused to some extent. It was because a few houses suddenly appeared on the cliff. Are these the buildings of human society? Is this an ordinary village on the Kimchi Peninsula? There were also concrete roads in front of the houses that Yun had not seen for decades. There were road signs, courtyards, and a few plots of farmland that were overgrown with weeds in the sky. The stars flickered, and the moon that was half obscured by the clouds seemed to be illusory as it appeared and disappeared from time to time. Hyun's expression changed, and the light in his hand flickered. The scattered stars emitted a dazzling ray of light, as if they were trying to purify the world. Clearly, Hyun thought that the team had once again been dragged into the mist of the lily of the valley. However, both little Chongyang and Hyun activated Night Eye. The blind lady immediately burst into tears and activated the double bright pupils star technique again. Under the effect of the star technique that could break illusions, it would be impossible for them to be dragged into an illusion. In everyone's eyes, the scene of the alien sphere and the scene of Earth alternated and flashed at a faster and faster frequency. At the same time, in Qinghai province. In an ordinary residential house, Xian was lying on a single bed with the little Treant in her arms and sleeping soundly. All of a sudden, she opened her eyes abruptly and turned around to look. She saw a giant tree that was flashing rapidly in front of the computer desk. Xian picked up the little Treant and hurriedly sat up. She turned to look out of the window, only to see countless giant trees flashing in the streets and buildings. The cement road was quickly alternating with the soil and grass. Xian hurriedly ran out and rushed to her parents' room. In a dimensional space in a certain city in the Central Plains, Xian, who was dressed in the military uniform of the Guardians, looked exhausted and seemed to have finally gotten off work. As soon as Xian arrived at the parking lot and unlocked his car keys, he realized that the surrounding scenes were changing rapidly. Xian no longer looked sleepy and his eyes were wide awake. Right in front of him, there was a golden auspicious beast with a huge head that was more than 3 meters tall. It was trying its best to lower its head and blinking its large eyes, while looking at the cars in the parking lot in bewilderment. Huh. Liaodong, Liaolian City, Northern Military Academy campus. Wu Haoyang held the green dragon crescent moon sword in his hand and stood in the dark martial arts arena of the campus, exhaling a cold mist. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the campus was terrifyingly quiet. In the middle of the night, Wu Haoyang's tall figure slowly waved the long sword under the moonlight and studied every move carefully. However, Wu Haoyang's movement stiffened slightly. In front of him, the sparring field that had been cleaned up was suddenly covered in white snow. Not far away, there was a small snow-covered hill in the dojo building, as if it could bury the dojo at any time. At the same time, in the Beijing land, Funching's snowfield dimensional space, Jiang Shao froze for a moment before hurriedly teleporting to the entrance of the snowfield and stepping out. After arriving on Earth, Jiang Shao teleported again and appeared on the peninsula. The blind lady was half kneeling on the ground with black tears flowing from her eyes. She, who was blindfolded, suddenly raised her head and looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of her. This Jiang Shao seemed to be different from the other Jiang Shao. Jiang Zhao's eyes were red. Under the rapidly flickering moonlight and starry sky, the rapidly gathering dark clouds were real. Rumble, accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder, a gale suddenly rose. A storm was coming. Hiss, roar, buzz. On the peninsula, the dragon and the whale rose together. The majestic and violent dragon roar was accompanied by the ethereal and sorrowful cry of the whale, rippling under the night sky. Two behemoths quietly appeared in the wind and slowly wandered under the dark clouds. Jiang Zhao's voice passed through the Yigu Tower Army and was transmitted to the people of the Fairy Flower Organization. It also reached the ears of Chui Kelly, who was wearing a cloak and surrounded by cherry blossoms. I'll let you know today how I flattened this peninsula. Let's play something exciting and ask for monthly support. Top. Chapter 1077. Under the mental connection of the buzzing whale's sea dream star technique, he chanted, "Buzz." All of a sudden, the surroundings of the sea cliff, including the depths of the dense forest, were all scanned and imprinted in Jiang Zhao's mind. The drizzle had yet to fall, but Jiang Shao had already found his target. Chui Kelly's face was filled with fear. If the sea-devouring soul, Star Pet, had exceeded her expectations and increased her understanding of star beasts, then the humming whale and howling dragon had completely scared Chui Kelly out of her wits. What's this? What's this? Are they ancient divine beasts? Many of the cultures of the Pickle Nation were of the same origin as those of China. The image of a dragon, especially an Easter dragon, seemed to only appear in the imagination of humans. Chui Kelly was standing on a big tree in the dense forest. She held onto the trunk with one hand and her expression changed. Her palms were trembling slightly. At this moment, the Yigu Tower Army suddenly fell into chaos. Swoosh, at the same time, the drizzle also started falling. The dragon and whale in the sky quickly flew over and entered the battlefield, causing the entire Yigu Tower Army to explode. It was not only because of the terrifying prehistoric creature, but also because of the rapid attack of the 18 members of the Xianhua organization. The members of the Xianhua organization did not escape. They didn't even hesitate at all. It seemed that they had received an order to continue the assassination. The leader of the Xianhua organization was indeed capable to be able to make the soldiers obey orders in such a battlefield environment. The male leader, Jin Yaoqi, was among the assassins. After giving the order, the battle began again. However, Jin Yaoqi was different from his subordinates. Although he charged in, he immediately turned around and walked around the edge of the battlefield, as if he was observing the situation and testing his opponent. If the situation turned bad, he would immediately turn around and escape. Everyone wanted to know if the two big fellows in the sky were truly capable, or if they were just there to put on a show. Having dealt with illusionary star techniques all their lives, they had a deep understanding of the bluffing trick. Bang! There was silence. The diamond silver companion and the masked man in front of them were stunned. The diamond-silver companion clearly sensed the impending danger and thus tensed up. As for the masked man, his rapidly shuttling figure came to an abrupt stop. He was immediately confined by a silent spell that minimized the area of effect. For a moment, everyone who saw this scene was somewhat dumbfounded. What star technique is this? They knew how the star technique silence worked, but why could it also immobilize one's body? The masked man's astral power was sealed during the high-speed shuttle, but why was the inertia of his sprint also sealed? No, it did not seem to be completely sealed. The masked man's body was indeed in the process of leaning forward, but the speed of his movement was extremely slow. Most importantly, is this star technique directional? Otherwise, how could the star technique catch the star warrior who was moving at high speed? What kind of terrifying perception and reaction speed does Jiang Xiao, who has just appeared, have? In response, Jiang Xiao felt that even the shadow crow that was shuttling at high speed could grab his ankle and drag him back forcefully before casting a silent spell on him. It's a piece of cake for him to imprison someone who has a destination. He. The diamond-silver companion's physique was far superior to that of all the star beasts of the Yigu Tower army. It immediately reacted, and at the same time, the holy power seal appeared in front of its chest while its sharp claws tore at the man in front of it. Such a scene was even more puzzling. This is single-target silence? Such scenes were still playing out one after another. At the edge of the sea cliff, the blind lady stood up quietly and tilted her head slightly to carefully sense the battlefield. She said softly, "That's your body from Earth." Behind him, Jiang Sun softly grunted before turning his head and saying, "Elder He." Behind him, He-Yun's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared in the transparent defensive shield that Baze had put up. The blind lady continued to ask, "That's your star pet?" Jiang Sun looked around for He-Yun and answered, "Well, yes. That giant whale came from the deep sea of the North Atlantic Ocean, and that giant dragon came from the Dragon Cave of China." Huh. The blind lady sighed deeply and listened to the dragon's roar and the whale's roar, while suppressing the palpitations in her heart. It seemed that Brigadier Jiang had a very exciting life on Earth. While speaking, Jiang Zhao's figure shuttled and flashed in the drizzle, as if he was everywhere. He cast star silence after silence to imprison the figures of the members of the Xianhua organization one after another. Finally, the members of the Xianhua organization who had entered the battlefield couldn't take it anymore. They were not as loyal as they had imagined. Their comrades were killed one after another, and the star technique of Orchid Bell that was scattered in their bodies was also purified by the heavy rain, making them unable to see any possibility of victory at all. They didn't even seem to have a chance of survival, let alone victory. His team had been countered from all directions, without any blind spots. Jin Yaoqi's expression was extremely sullen, and he quickly fled far away when he realized that something was amiss. He did not order an evacuation, and it seemed that he wanted the members of the organization to continue fighting in order to buy some time for him to escape. However, the people present were not fools. As the first member of the Xianhua organization fled the battlefield, the avalanche began and the members of the Xianhua organization fled in all directions. In just 10 seconds, 7 of the 18 assassins had already died. Without exception, they were all imprisoned by the elusive Jiang Xiao, who suddenly emerged from the ground and wrapped up by the imprisoned dragon. After that, the star beasts of the Yigu Tower fought back. "You still want us to stay here and make unnecessary sacrifices? Are you playing with my life?" With a variety of auxiliary star techniques, the output of the Yigu Tower army was definitely not low. Occasionally, there would be a few members of the Xianhua organization who were difficult to kill immediately, but they would not be able to survive in this world, because the heavenly halberd in the hands of the iron-headed baby that was shuttling at high speed did not agree. Little Chongyang was extremely agitated and his face was flushed. While shuttling, he would occasionally stop and look up at the dragon and the whale. Where did this Jiang Xiao come from? How impressive. He even brought 2 big pets. Ah, what's that? Many small dragons emerged from the ground. Why are there 2 black dragons circling around the edge of the battlefield? No, I have to go and take a look while I have time now. While thinking about it, little Chongyang's body flashed. Huh? Why did the space-time gap fail? Who's plotting against me? Why aren't you letting me teleport? Little Chongyang glared at the people around him while the book soul, beside him, subconsciously floated back half a meter and looked at little Chongyang in bewilderment. The book soul blinked its large illusory eyes with a look of bewilderment. What happened? The enemy has been beaten away. Sister little Chongyang should be happy, right? At the same time, in the dense forest far away from the battlefield, still trying to run, a voice exploded in Chui Kelly's ears, as if it was urging her to die. Chui Kelly's expression changed, and she fled in a panic while her figure flickered rapidly. Jiang Xiao raised his hand and shot a sound of silence at Chui Kelly's fleeing figure. Bang! The sound of silence domain that covered a large area missed. Chui Kelly's speed was really fast. Even if her star technique was of a higher level, the difference in the effects was indeed huge. Jiang Xiao was very clear about that. It was because he had always been improving the quality of his star techniques. Besides, Jiang Xiao also knew that different star techniques would have a so-called qualitative improvement at different stages. Chui Kelly's cherry blossom domain was indeed of a higher quality. Her entire body seemed to have become one with the falling cherry blossoms. She constantly changed her route and direction without any pattern, making it hard for others to grasp her movements. Yes, run. Just run as fast as you can. In a heavy rain, Jiang Zhao's voice penetrated through the layers of rain, but Chui Kelly didn't seem to hear it because she was running too fast. The problem was her legs weren't long either. Jiang Xiao flashed and returned to the sky, after which two threads of star power were connected to the howling dragon and the buzzing whale. The howling dragon had already received the image transmitted by the buzzing whale. It understood and immediately dispelled the star technique of space confinement. The human, whale, and dragon instantly flashed away. In front of them, Chui Kelly's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly changed her direction. Jiang Zhao's voice sounded in Chui Kelly's ears again. As long as you don't run out of Earth today, don't even think about living. As he spoke, Chui Kelly fled thousands of meters away, but she was once again intercepted by a figure. What do you mean by a menacing ghost? What do you mean by flashing around? Chui Kelly's face turned pale, and she turned around abruptly, narrowly escaping the range of the sound of silence. The rapidly shuttling figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xiao frowned and flashed again, appearing right in front of Chui Kelly again. He then raised his hand abruptly. Chui Kelly was surrounded by cherry blossoms like a fluttering butterfly. She quickly left the spot and fled in an arc. However, this time, she was no longer greeted by silence. Instead, it was a pillar of holy light that had a diameter of 8 meters. Diamond blessing. No, it was not a single pillar of holy light, but an entire pillar of holy light. A total of 8 huge pillars of holy light suddenly fell, directly lighting up the pitch-black rainy night, as well as the entire pitch-black forest. This was simply a holy light array. Chui Kelly, who was flying back and forth, looked at the holy light array that appeared in all directions with her mouth agape. As she moved forward, her body suddenly tilted, and she brushed past a huge pillar of blessing. She had brushed past it, but the sparks that splashed out from the blessing light pillar had stained her body. To be precise, it stained the soul of the sea devourer that she was wearing. Liana, a member of the Star Conversion Organization, had once placed her soul of the sea devourer above her head in an attempt to block the blessing pillar above. However, what she faced was a silver quality blessing, not a diamond quality one. At this moment, the soul of the sea devourer tightly wrapped around Chui Kelly's body. In an instant, the extremely penetrating light of blessing splashed on the soul of the sea devourer and Chui Kelly's face. Chui Kelly let out a strange, throaty sound, and her body fell straight down like a kite with a broken string. Both of them fell into a blissful dizziness. He worked until 3:30 in the morning. Dizziness, dizziness, dizziness. Today is the 3rd hour, 12, 17, 20. Please support me with your monthly votes. Also, Please come to Chidian website and subscribe to the original version. Please, Apex. Chapter 1078. I'm rooting for leader Bookworm Xiao. Huh. Ao Long looked at the terrifying holy light array in the distance and dared not move forward. Once again, it had a clearer understanding of its master's strength. With a whimper, two illusory small imprisoned dragons suddenly emerged from the center of the holy light array. The small imprisoned dragon's body was still burning with the ice candle flame. As a star technique, the small imprisoned dragon would not be affected by the blessed pillar of light at all. Its 8-meter-long body wrapped around Chui Kelly, who was falling from the sky. The star technique, imprisonment, was similar to the imprisoned dragon in terms of appearance, but in essence, it was an emotionless star technique and not a living creature. Hence, there was no such thing as being blessed at all. The two small imprisoned dragons tore at Chui Kelly, and Ao Long in the sky also discovered that something was amiss. Two dragons are not enough for one person. How tall is Chui Kelly? 1. 68 meters? 1. 7 meters? But how long are the small imprisoned dragons? 8 meters. How can they be divided? Ao Long immediately controlled one of the small imprisoned dragons to fly far away, leaving only one behind. A human, a dragon, and a whale stood far above the sky and looked at the holy light array in front of them. However, they did not rush in rashly. Well, the king of toxic healers was actually afraid of poison too. The 8 pillars of light were too large, and the sparks that emerged from them were too dense. If one was not careful, it would be easy for them to get hit. Besides, at this moment, there was no place for them to land in the dense forest. The entire forest had already been covered with water stains of holy light. The sparks flickered and lit up the swaying forest under the night rain. The scene was rather beautiful. After a long while, as the huge holy light array gradually dissipated, Jiang Shao teleported to Chui Kelly, who was lying on the ground and being entangled by the small imprisoned dragon. Jiang Shao pulled out a crimson giant sword from his chest. Looking at the shivering Chui Kelly, who had a dazed look in her eyes, Jiang Shao clenched the butcher's knife in his hand. Due to the fact that he had to wait for the holy light array to disappear, Chui Kelly's brain could already function normally by the time Jiang Shao arrived. She struggled desperately, but the imprisoned dragon around her became tighter and tighter. Not only did it imprison her body, but it also sealed her star power. The race value of the Sea Devourer was really high. It was brought from Earth and was a platinum quality. But even so, when it was swept up by the small imprisoned dragon, the sea-devouring soul suddenly flew up, carried the imprisoned dragon, and flew into the distance, not knowing if it was because it wanted to save its new master or because it was afraid of Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao had seen such a scene before and even experienced it personally. That was in the Dragon Cave. At that time, everyone in the Tail Feather group was imprisoned by the imprisoned dragon, including Jiang Shao. Thanks to the race value of the Sea Devourer row brought Jiang Shao into the bloody mouth of the imprisoned dragon and completed the counterattack. You ran away. Holy shit, you're really going to recognize me as your master? Now that he has a new master, he forgot about me in the blink of an eye. Jiang Shao raised his hand and released a shot of sound of silence, freezing the sea-devouring soul and the woman wrapped in it in midair. Pfft. Chui Kelly made a soft sound and spat out a mouthful of blood. As a star warrior who was often injured and a prisoner on death row, she thought that she had already experienced most of the pain and torture in the world, but at this moment, she finally realized that she was still too inexperienced. Chui Kelly's mocking and sinister expression disappeared, replaced by a look of fear, an expression of unbearable pain, and a begging mouth. Sir, please wait. Amidst the silence, she couldn't make a sound, but she slowly opened and closed her mouth. Jiang Shao could read her lips clearly and understand what she was saying. Oh, you can speak Chinese? You're quite polite, aren't you? Jiang Shao humphed and retracted the sound of silence. This time, the sea-devouring soul behaved itself and dared not escape with the small imprisoned dragon, Chui Kelly suppressed the surging blood in her body and pleaded softly with a trembling voice. Please wait. I beg you. Spare my life. I can't die. I don't want to die. Humans have to die sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Jiang Shao used Star of Silence to make her shut up again. The specially adjusted range of the Sound of Silence completely exerted the effect of the Sound of Silence on a single target, so that Jiang Shao, who was close to the target, would not be affected by the Sound of Silence at all. Jiang Shao twirled the flower blade in his hand and pursed his lips. However, we Chinese are very particular about reciprocity. Since you're so polite, then ladies first. Without hesitation, he held the giant blade in his hand and fiercely stabbed down. Slash! The thick and sharp flower blade directly pierced a hole in Chui Kelly's chest. Even the soul devourer of the sea that she was wearing was not spared. Streams of fresh blood flowed out. Chui Kelly opened her mouth wide and found it increasingly difficult to breathe. The scene in front of her was getting more and more blurry. Is this the taste of death? Is this the taste of despair? To make matters worse, Jiang Shao suddenly pulled out the giant sword, causing blood to splatter all over the place. Chui Kelly's eyes gradually lost focus, and her breathing gradually stopped, however, at this moment. Ring, ring, ring. In just a few seconds, Chui Kelly's eyes suddenly widened. Her chest that had been pierced had unknowingly healed. She took a deep breath as her chest violently heaved up and down. Her unfocused eyes gradually focused as she saw the young man squatting in front of her. Hee, did I scare you? Jiang Shao saw him open his palm, and in his palm, water droplets pieced together and gathered into a small water ball. Jiang Shao casually threw the water ball and slapped it on Chui Kelly's bloodstained face. Smack! No one would think that Jiang Shao was helping Chui Kelly wash her face. Chui Kelly herself had the right to speak. She was already in despair and pain, unable to struggle, and ushered in the arrival of death. However, after a few seconds, she suddenly opened her eyes as if she had come back to life. She had a faint glimmer of hope in her heart, but she was slapped on the face by a water ball of sadness. The glimmer of hope that had just risen in her heart was instantly destroyed. Her mood that had changed a few times and was on the verge of collapse, under the effect of the water ball of sadness, took a turn for the worse. Faintly, Chui Kelly seemed to hear the murmur of a devil lingering in her ears. We have something to talk about the immortal flower. Little Chongyang had a dazed expression as he looked at the distant horizon. The holy light spirit design that had suddenly appeared seemed to light up the entire night sky. Little Chongyang only came back to her senses when the holy light matrix gradually dissipated. She hurriedly flashed and came to Jiang Sun, who was gathering the Yi Gu Tower army. She asked curiously, Jiang Shao, Jiang Shao. Jiang Sun turned to look at the little savage who was dripping wet and said, What's wrong? He Chongyang said, Did you summon that pillar of light? Yes, my main body summoned it. Jiang Sun nodded and sighed softly. This child still did not know what had happened. She also did not know what it meant for Jiang Zhao's main body on Earth to be able to teleport here. While thinking, Jiang Sun continued, Yigu Tower, everyone, hurry up. If you want to squeeze, just bear with it for now. He Chongyang saw that Jiang Sun and the blind lady had activated their shadow ruins and could not help but follow suit. She activated her own shadow ruins and said, Why do we have to put them into the space? Jiang Sun thought for a moment. Suddenly, another Jiang Shao appeared behind him. This time, it really was Jiang Shao himself. Jiang Shao directly opened the gate to the Shadow Ruins world. The gate was nearly 100 meters long and allowed all the star beasts to enter immediately. There was no need to wait in line, Jiang Shao explained, because the alien ball and Earth seemed to have fused. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Zhao's words stopped abruptly. In this small seaside village, Baze was accompanying He Yun as they looked around. It could be seen that this should be an abandoned village. Perhaps the people here had already been evacuated with the army. At this moment, He Yun was standing in a single-story house. His old hands trembled slightly as he gently brushed the dusty table. He Yun could also make this kind of wooden table, but the meaning was different. At this moment, in Hee-Yun's hands, it was truly the furniture of human society. After so many years, he had finally returned to Earth. Thinking of this, Hee-Yun became more and more excited, but also more and more worried. If Earth and the alien ball had fused, did that mean that at this moment, a large number of creatures from the alien ball would enter Earth and wreak havoc? Would it be the same everywhere in the world? Those vicious lands would not be as empty as this place, devoid of any astral beasts. Thinking of this, he turned and walked out of the door as he shouted, "Little Jiang, little..." The world outside had changed. It was still an empty village, but it was clear that this desolate village was fundamentally different from the pure, undeveloped natural scenes on Earth. Hee-Yun's pupil shrank slightly as he said, "Little Jiang?" Gone. The army of Yegu Tower was gone. Everyone in the Star Advent organization was gone. Just 5 seconds ago, Baze and Hee-Yun were still in the deserted village, searching for civilians who might be there in this rapidly changing scene. After confirming that this was a ghost village and that the people had all been evacuated, Baze heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he transformed into an electric current and rapidly shuttled back and forth, the rapidly alternating scenes suddenly stabilized. The electric current shuttling in the air suddenly turned into a human, and Baze's surroundings finally froze into a natural scene. There was no longer any desolate village or wasteland. The others also noticed that something was wrong. Little Chongyang looked around in confusion and then said happily, "The space has stabilized. We're safe." The blind lady frowned slightly and turned around, only to see Baze's figure quietly appear behind her. "What's wrong?" Baze's expression was solemn as he said, "Elder He and I went to explore the village. When I turned into an electric current and shuttled back, Earth and the alien ball separated again. Elder He should be in a house. He couldn't come out and followed the house back to Earth." The blind lady. On the side, Jiang Zhao's expression was rather ugly. He was the original body. Now he was trapped in the alien ball. In the sky, an ethereal whale-like sound could be heard, as if it was comforting Jiang Zhao's emotions. "Buzz, thank you, Alliance Master Kazakh, for the 50,000 yuan reward." End of this chapter. Chapter 1079. Jiang Zhao looked up, only to see a dragon and a whale intertwined and swimming slowly under the rainy night. The blind lady sensed all of this and said, "Since there's a first time, there will be a second time. It seems that you won't be trapped here for too long. Earth and the alien sphere have truly entered the fusion stage." "Yes." Jiang Zhao nodded, but he suddenly realized that he had so many body mechas that he could control and a few baits, but everything had followed him to the alien ball. At this time, there was no Jiang Zhao on Earth. There wasn't even a microphone. Damn it, besides, Hai Tianqing, Fang Xingyun, and his family were still in the Calamity World. His disciple, Chun Lingtao, was also in the Calamity World. What the hell, however, blind lady's words made sense. The fusion of Earth and the alien ball was already inevitable. The scene that just happened also meant that the two planets of different dimensions had truly entered the stage of fusion. "It's an honor to meet you in person, Brigadier Jiang," blind lady said softly. Jiang Zhao closed the door of the Calamity World. Only Jiang Zhao, blind lady, Baze, little Chongyang, and Jiang Sun were left in the venue. "Call me Jiang Zhao, or Ninetails," Jiang Zhao replied with a nod. In fact, Jiang Zhao had many thoughts in his mind at this moment. "Your honor has yet to come. In my world, you'll still be able to see Four Tails, who has already gotten married, and you'll even be able to see Hai Tianqing's twins." Jiang Zhao thought about it and decided not to send this message for the time being. At this moment, his thoughts were in a mess. The huge change in an instant had completely disrupted all his plans. If there were no accidents, he would bring Imprisoned Dragon with him tomorrow to study the various physical data and effects of his star techniques with Di Lian's team. If there were no accidents, the Northwest Army would probably send a vanguard to the Calamity World in a few days to create a shelter for humans. But now, Jiang Zhao, who was trapped in the alien ball, could not accomplish anything. As for Senior Hee-Yun, he had accidentally been brought back to Earth in the drizzle. Jiang Shao frowned and pondered. All of a sudden, the venue fell silent. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Shao said, "We have to change our plan." The blind lady remained silent and waited for him to continue. Little Chongyang, on the other hand, raised his little face and looked curiously at the dragon and whale flying in the sky. Since we already know that what we do on the peninsula will have an impact on Earth, this experiment can be considered a success. Jiang Shao looked up at the blind lady and said, "What just happened represents the process of Earth and the alien ball merging. So, before that happens, I want to throw all the astral beasts in the alien ball into my Calamity Shadow world." The blind lady was startled and said, "Your Calamity Shadow world can accommodate all the star beasts on alien planet?" "Of course." Jiang Zhao's expression was solemn as he said, "My Calamity Shadow world was created based on the mutated sphere, one in size. If I can clear out all the astral beasts here before the mutated sphere and Earth fuse, or leave a small number of astral beasts here, then when the two planets truly merge, the land of Huaxiao on Earth will be spared a lot of suffering." The blind lady opened her mouth slightly and looked at Jiang Shao with her blindfolded eyes. She seemed to be trying hard to accept the information that Jiang Shao had provided her. "He has a one planet?" Jiang Shao, those two big guys are your pets, right?" Little Chongyang suddenly asked. Yes." Jiang Shao turned and looked at him, his voice much gentler as he replied softly. Little Chongyang's voice was very soft and a little embarrassed as he said, "Can I go play with them? I want to go up and take a look." Looking at little Chongyang's bashful look, Jiang Shao was amused. He was discussing such an important matter with the blind lady, but little Chongyang was thinking about making new friends. Little Chongyang did not listen to the conversation between Jiang Shao and the blind lady at all. Instead, he kept looking at the giant floating in the sky with his big, cute eyes. Curiosity, desire. When such an expression appeared on the ignorant child's face, Jiang Shao suddenly realized that his heavy heart had become much more relaxed. Jiang Shao stretched out his hand and gently patted little Chongyang's head. "Go, don't fight with them." "Buzz." There was another whine. The buzzing wail, which was connected to Jiang Zhao's mind, transmitted some emotions to Jiang Shao. It seemed to be telling Jiang Shao that it was inviting little Chongyang to come. Chongyang's body flickered, and he sat on the whale that was floating in the sky. His soft and supple body was beyond little Chongyang's expectations. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with curiosity as she stretched out her small hand and gently pressed the soft skin of the buzzing whale. If your bait, Jiang Sun, was leading everyone now, I'm afraid they would have already ordered retreat. The blind lady's calm voice was heard. Clearly, she had already calmed down. But now, we are still on this battlefield, as if we are waiting for the enemy's next assassination. I shouldn't question your strength and decision-making, right? Jiang Shao said, "This rain is not natural. It's the rain of star power that I summoned. In the rain, I can sense everything." Jiang Shao smiled and continued, "You're right about one thing. I can't wait for them to come back now so that I don't have to interrogate them." The blind lady said, "You caught that woman." "Yes. Don't worry about my interrogation skills. I learned them from second last. Although I'm not as ruthless as her, I'm good enough to deal with Xianhua." Jiang Shao said casually, but he suddenly changed the topic. "However, time is of the essence now. I don't plan to cause trouble for the Xianhua organization for the time being. I want to throw all the star beasts into my Calamity Shadow world as soon as possible. Once Earth fuses with the alien ball, the creatures of the alien ball will suddenly descend on Earth. You can imagine how painful a blow that will be to China." "Okay." The blind lady nodded. She agreed with Jiang Zhao's point of view. On Earth, the top star warriors were only in the Star Sea. Once the Diamond and Star Warriors descended, it would be the beginning of the end. The only thing that the blind lady was worried about was Jiang Zhao's strength. No matter what, the blind lady was also a rules awakened in the Starry Sky stage, while Jiang Shao was just a medical assistant in the Starry Sky stage. She asked softly, "Where do you plan to start?" Jiang Shao said, "Beijiang, of course. But that's just the beginning. Subsequently, I'll go to many places. The Shadow Cave of Tianjin, the Dark Cave of Western Guangxi, the Snowy Mountain Domain of Dajiang, the Starry Sky of Great Ming, the Black Fire Ridge of Northern Land, the Cave of Desperation of Yinzhou, the Yin Tribunal of Yin Capital, the Limestone Cave of West Sea, the Tears Forest of Eight Min, the Butterfly Forest of Kainan. Jiang Shao uttered those familiar and terrifying words one after another, causing the blind lady's breathing to quicken. She interrupted Jiang Shao abnormally and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure. Are you willing to accompany me?" Jiang Shao asked with a solemn expression. The blind lady looked at Jiang Shao silently. After a few seconds, she smirked and said, "You're rebelling." Jiang Shao asked, "What do you mean by rebelling?" The blind lady said, "I should be asking you that. You know, I want to travel to every inch of this world, but I haven't met any qualified companions." "Yes, since my body is in the alien sphere," Jiang Shao replied casually. He raised his head and looked at the girl who was playing with the dragon whale. He said softly, "The world is big. I can go anywhere." The blind lady asked, "Is it the dragon whale that gave you confidence?" Jiang Shao pursed his lips and didn't respond. "Since I'm in the alien sphere, I can't use the Calamity World to provide shelter to the people of China. Then I'll do the opposite. I'll eliminate the threat on the alien sphere. Without the internal star map, I'm just a piece of trash with 9-star slots. I can't stand so high and walk so far. But since it chose me, then I'll redouble my efforts and be a person who is blessed by the heavens and works harder than others. At least I won't let this life down. As a student of China, I won 3 World Cup championships. As a member of the Guardians of the Night, I destroyed the Conquine Dark Hall organization. As a member of the Wasteland Reclaimers, I completed the support mission at the border of the peninsula. I searched for people in the snowfield, protected my comrades in the alien sphere, reported information about the alien sphere to China, arrested the members of the Star Organization, went to the border of the country to guard the country, entered and exited the most dangerous place, the Dragon Cave. I'll do my best to exchange for the talents that God has given me. I'll fight for everything I can get and complete the missions that don't belong to me. I'll also bear the responsibilities that I can't bear. Now, I've finally set foot on the alien sphere. As for the decision to start this journey, whether I'm confident or conceited, and whether I'll accomplish what I want, or they might have died under a certain strange star technique and their corpses would be exposed in the wilderness or in an unknown corner, I'll do my best and leave it to fate. Jiang Shao murmured softly, "I can go anywhere and I have to go." Another role was over and the little toxic healer was in place. I hope that I can do something that everyone likes in the next role. See you tomorrow. Chapter 1080. It's time to go back, little Chongyang. Jiang Zhao's figure flashed, and he stood on the pitch-black head of the howling dragon. He held the dragon horn with one hand and looked down at He Chongyang, who was curiously touching the back of the humming whale. "It's so soft." Little Chongyang turned to look at Jiang Shao excitedly and even poked the back of the humming whale with his finger. Unlike ordinary mounts, humans standing on the back of the humming whale felt like they were standing on a small island. After little Chongyang and the humming whale got familiar, he would probably have fun on it. "Let's go back to the white birch forest," Jiang Shao said and held the dragon horn with one hand. In the next moment, the huge figure of the howling dragon disappeared and turned into layers of thick star power that surged into Jiang Zhao's body. Wow! Little Chongyang's eyes were blurred. He looked at the star power fireworks that suddenly bloomed in front of him and suddenly felt that it was beautiful. I'll get Jiang Shao to set off more fireworks for me in the future." Jiang Shao flew to the side of the humming whale and reached out to pat it. There was another friendly whine, as if it was saying goodbye to little Chongyang. Then, the humming whale turned into thick star power and scattered under the rainy night. Jiang Shao, didn't you say that we're going back to the white birch forest?" Little Chongyang summoned his black ridge fire feather and rode on it. He seemed to have come to a sudden realization and asked, "Yes, let's go." With that, Jiang Shao brought little Chongyang down quickly. As Jiang Shao and little Chongyang descended, the star power that chased after them finally entered his body. Jiang Shao reminded everyone and said, "Let's go back to the White Birch Forest tribe now and see how it's going over there." With that, Jiang Shao released star power threads and connected them to Jiang's Sun, Bei's, Blind Lady, Little Chongyang, and Black Ridge Fireplume. Everyone flashed instantly. White fog came out of Blind Lady's mouth as she felt the cold. Everyone present had been drenched by the heavy rain, and they had suddenly appeared in the snow-covered land of the North River. Naturally, they were quite cold. The Blind Lady tilted her head slightly and sensed her surroundings. She gently stepped on the snow under her feet and heard crunching sounds. Is it really Beijiang Province? Instant success? The Blind Lady turned around to look at Jiang Shao, and her intentions were obvious. Jiang Shao explained, "I can bring you all around the world. Jiang Sun will describe my strength to you in detail. I'll go look for the clan leader first." The world flickered. The Blind Lady's heart palpitated slightly. The rules awakened star beads and star techniques were at most group teleportation, and there would definitely be a shake before casting. The distance of the teleportation would be about 100 kilometers. But this support, is he really a star warrior from Earth? Is this a star technique that a proper medical assistant should have? Under the moonlight, the tribe covered in snow was unusually quiet, as if it had not experienced any changes brought about by the overlapping of the planets. "Who is it?" A hoarse voice came from the entrance of the tribe. Jiang Shao did not immediately flash into the tribe with his men because it was nighttime. Jiang Shao was worried that his sudden appearance would cause unnecessary trouble. Aren't you my seventh brother?" Little Chongyang kicked the abdomen of the horse with her short legs and hurriedly stepped forward. She then lowered her head and looked at the savage spearman, who was wearing an ape ghoul fur coat. The original name of this creature should be the Savage Spearman, but now it should be called the Savage Halberd. After all, under Jiang Zhao's hard work and teaching, all the spearmen had changed their weapons to halberds, and all the swordsmen had picked up giant swords. The only ones that did not change were the savage female archers. %yen #%. The Savage Halberd was stunned. All of a sudden, the 6 halberds at the entrance of the Birch Forest tribe all walked out and looked at Chongyang in surprise. "Yo!" Little Chongyang cheered and got off the horse, seemingly having forgotten that she had the star technique teleportation. She flapped her short legs and plunged into the arms of the Savage Halberd while yelling happily, #Yin%. Apart from Little Chongyang's first question, Jiang Shao couldn't understand the last 2 sentences because they were speaking in the language of the savages. Savage Manji's reaction was interesting. After he lifted Little Chongyang and held her in his arms, he immediately noticed Little Chongyang's wet and cold body. The Savage Halberd was a warm man. He hurriedly pulled open the ape ghoul coat and wrapped it around Little Chongyang's cold body. He could tell that all the people in the Birch Forest tribe loved Little Chongyang dearly. Even a random barbarian would treat this girl with such an attitude. It was unknown if it was because Little Chongyang's mother had done too many favors for the Birch Forest tribe, or because Little Chongyang was so charming that she had become the apple of everyone's eye. Jiang order! Jiang order! The few Savage Halberds also discovered Jiang Shao, who was walking towards them from behind. They hurriedly stood up straight and bowed to Jiang Shao respectfully. They cupped their fists in the ancient Chinese way. Let's go. Bring me to see the chief now, Jiang Shao said. 2 of the guards immediately led Jiang Zhao's team into the tribe. As they walked, Jiang Shao asked, "Did anything happen in the Birch Forest a few minutes ago?" The Savage Halberd was stunned. He lowered his head to look at Jiang Shao and said, "Jiang order, nothing happened. The Birch Forest is heavily guarded. It's very safe here." Obviously, the other party had misunderstood Jiang Zhao's meaning, which meant that there were no other creatures that had invaded. However, the Savage Halberd had answered Jiang Zhao's question. It seemed that the place hadn't experienced the shaking scene of the fusion between Earth and the alien ball. Jiang Shao frowned slightly, and his mind started to race. Could it be that the fusion scene just now wasn't worldwide? Instead, it was only a part of Earth that had such a phenomenon. While he was deep in thought, everyone had already arrived at the entrance of the Buru Chief's cave. It was the middle of the night, and the Buru Chief was old. He only got up after a long time, and when he met everyone, he still looked like he was in a daze. %% yin and asterisk. Little Chongyang cheered, and the Buru Chief instantly woke up. Little Chongyang quickly ran over and shouted, %% yin and asterisk. Haha, Little Chongyang. The Buru Chief sat on a huge chair and stood up excitedly. However, he quickly sat back down. Due to his height, it was easier for him to hug while sitting down. Even though they were of different races, Jiang Shao felt that they were grandfather and grandson, judging from the way they spoke softly and the way they treated each other. Mr. Jiang, you really fulfilled your promise to the birch forest. After the grandfather and grandson talked for a while, the Buru Chief finally reacted and turned to look at Jiang Shao and the few people behind him. However, as Patriarch Bru spoke, his expression became a lot weirder. His huge, turbid eyes darted back and forth between Jiang Shao and Jiang Sun's face. He said, I know that Mr. Jiang has always used bait to get the alien ball, but this is the first time I've seen 2 baits. May I ask why Mr. Jiang summoned 2 baits to the birch forest? Does Mr. Jiang have any special plans? Jiang Shao explained, I'm not bait. I'm the real thing. The Buru Chief was taken aback. He put little Chongyang on the ground and stood up. He strode towards Jiang Shao with an extremely solemn expression. What happened? Mr. Jiang's real body came to the alien ball? Yeah, something did happen. Jiang Shao said with a nod and recounted how he got there just now. The Buru Chief was getting more and more confused. What did he mean? The alien ball was going to overlap with Earth? Did that mean that the birch forest, the habitat of these savages, was no longer safe? When little Chongyang's mother, Zhu Yu, was still alive, she had told Chief Buru many things about human society. The specific meaning she wanted to convey was that humans were very intelligent and their minds were very complicated, so they had to be very careful of humans. That was also the reason why Patriarch Buru was so wary when he first saw Jiang Shao. Madame Zhu Yu also described many scenes of human society, one of which was the dense population of China. According to what Jiang Shao said, once the alien ball merged with Earth, the Chinese who had developed the land of China would likely discover the existence of the birch forest tribe. In fact, the birch forest might even be in a certain town. Once the 2 scenes merged, the savages would definitely come into close contact with humans. Even if they didn't come into close contact, how would they react if there was such a large tribe dozens of kilometers away from the town they lived in? Madame Zhu Yu had once said that those who were not of the same race would definitely have a different heart. What would happen if another species suddenly appeared beside you? Moreover, it was a brave and ferocious barbarian race that ate raw meat and drank blood. Even if the savages thought that they were full of kindness, would human society accept them? From another perspective, would the savages accept human society? Those were all problems. However, Jiang Shao was there to solve them. Jiang Shao said, I have a rather magical star technique. Well, let me put it this way. I have a planet that's exactly the same as the alien ball. There's also a birch forest there that's exactly the same as here, but it's now in a primitive environment. You'll have to rebuild the houses and other buildings. I intend to invite you to enter it. There's clearly no problem of fusion there. How about that? Is Chief Buru willing to lead the birch forest there? The Buru Chief froze for a moment and couldn't recover from his shock for a long time. He stared at Jiang Shao dumbfoundedly, unable to imagine that this human actually owned a planet. Should I continue? Chapter 1081. Adding updates for Alliance Master Shang Tianfeng. Sure, I won't argue with you. Jiang Shao opened the door to the Calamity Shadow world and tilted his head at the door. You can send someone in to see if I'm lying. Also, check the terrain to see if it matches the white birch forest. As he spoke, an illusory long whip suddenly appeared in the blind lady's hand. She turned to face a corner of the cave. Jiang Sun hurriedly pressed his hand on her wrist. Chief Buru also spoke up to stop her. Lady, don't be nervous. It's a member of our white birch forest tribe. The blind lady frowned slightly and said, Ice Spirit is a member of your savage tribe? Obviously, the blind lady thought that there were foreign creatures that wanted to ambush this place. Jiang Sun pressed down on her arm and whispered, It's true that this is the white birch forest, but the white birch forest has a subsidiary tribe called the Ice Prayer Forest. It's formed by the ice demons and ice-sealed walkers led by the Ice Spirit. We flashed directly to the gate of the white birch forest tribe. In fact, if we enter from the valley, we have to pass through the Ice Prayer Forest tribe first. Ice cream? It's been a long time since I've heard of this word. It's been a long time since I've eaten such delicacies. The name of the food dragged the blind lady back many years ago to her not-so-beautiful school days, but who was Lord Three Tails? She had to maintain that calm expression. Actually, it didn't matter if she couldn't maintain it. It wasn't a big deal. The key was that if she couldn't maintain it, her persona would collapse. The blind lady wasn't a celebrity. Of course, she wouldn't consider the issue of persona. However, she didn't know that Jiang Xiao could actually make ice cream for her now. There was milk here, and Uncle Hai had planted fruit trees. There were all kinds of strange fruits growing on the sphere. The Hai family and the Hu family had seasonings, but they didn't lack sugar. Wouldn't it be difficult to sprinkle it on the milk? Boil it, freeze it, and roll it in the snow for a while. Let's just make do with it. The blind lady didn't know that her calmness had caused her to miss Jiang Zhao's dark cuisine. The blind lady arched her brows and said, The barbarian clan and the ice clan aren't easy to deal with. Did you tie them together? Jiang Sun said, No, I have to talk about my teammates here. When I went to Yigu Pagoda, I only brought Lord Zheng. Here, there's a family of 3. They are farming, breeding, teaching, and educating the barbarians. The blind lady was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she said, A family of 3. You mean, they gave birth here? Yes, it's a little boy. He looks like a tiger, and he's already 7 years old. You'll like him very much, Jiang Sun replied with a smile. Blind lady, they've been here for 8 years. Jiang Sun was stunned for a moment and said, No, I've only been here for 2 or 3 years. What do you want to ask? To Jiang Sun's surprise, there was a look of disgust on the blind lady's face when she heard that 2 star warriors had given birth there. That disgust, of course, was not directed at Yuan Yuan, but at this couple. The expression on the blind lady's face was exactly the same as when Yin found out that Hu Wei and Song Lan had given birth there. Those who had truly experienced the suffering of the upper dimension and the hardships of the alien planet would have a completely different way of thinking and perspective on the matter of having the next generation. When Jiang Xiao was in the snowfield, he met He Yun for the first time and had a frank chat with him. They decided on a plan and planned to choose a day to enter the alien planet. He also invited old He to Hu Wei's residence to rest temporarily. However, He Yun refused without hesitation. Obviously, He Yun was unwilling to see the couple. Looking at the blind lady's expression at this time, Jiang Xiao felt a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sigh secretly. It seemed that white lies were sometimes necessary. If Jiang Xiao told the blind lady that Yuan Yuan was born in the safe, stable, and carefree birch forest, perhaps her attitude would be much better. Mr. Jiang, Bru's voice suddenly sounded. What's the matter? Jiang Xiao responded. Bru, with the ice spirit, stood in front of the gate of the Calamity World and said, I'll go in with it and have a look. Jiang Xiao smiled and nodded. Patriarch Bru's seemingly simple decision indicated 2 things. On the one hand, Bru and the Ice Spirit clan's leaders had shown their courage and their responsible attitude towards the creatures of the clan. On the other hand, Bru's behavior also expressed his full trust in Jiang Xiao. Patriarch Buru also had a reason to do so. After such a long time, Jiang Xiao and his team's actions in the White Birch Forest had already shown everything. They had brought too much to the White Birch Forest. Jiang Xiao was qualified and worthy of this trust. The creatures of the alien planet did not have any special feelings towards the Chinese New Year. After all, the culture was different, and Hu Wei and Song Lan did not impose this traditional Chinese festival on the birch forest. Therefore, on the night of the first day of the new year, there seemed to be nothing special about the entire village moving. If it were Earth, why couldn't they wait until after the Lantern Festival? Wouldn't they just let them celebrate the new year? After an on-site inspection by tribe leader Baru and the ice-praying forest, ice spirit, tribe leader, the human, and the soul acknowledged this new home. They showed great interest in the safety and stability that Jiang Shao promised. The trust that Baru had for Jiang Shao also made Ice Spirit Clan slightly surprised. Having lived in the Birch Forest tribe for a long time, it knew how important those few humans were to the tribe. In fact, the Ice Spirit Clan's existence was only because of Song Lan's suggestion, and the appearance of Jiang Shao, whom they had only heard of but rarely seen, made Ice Spirit Clan more aware of the relationship between the Birch Forest tribe and Jiang Shao. Then, in the Birch Forest tribe, Jiang Shao opened the gate of the Calamity World to the maximum. One by one, the strong barbarians moved quickly. Baru and the Ice Spirit Clan's leader became supervisors. They stood in front of the gate and directed groups of people to enter. Hu Wei and Song Lan, who rushed over after hearing the news, were also pleasantly surprised to see Jiang Shao return. After exchanging greetings, they also knew what the Birch Forest tribe was doing. When the couple heard about the commotion of the fusion between the alien ball and Earth, they were first surprised, then extremely excited. Could they finally return to human society? Could they finally not need to survive in this primitive tribe? Of course, Jiang Shao would not dampen their spirits. He made it clear that if Earth and the alien ball really fused, Jiang Shao would immediately summon them to come out of the Calamity World and return to human society. Hu Wei, who was overwhelmed by joy, gradually calmed down, as if he was thinking about something. Hu Wei stood beside Jiang Shao and asked, "If it's as you said, the fusion of the two planets will undoubtedly be a huge disaster. There will be territorial wars between different races. The land of Huaxia, including the entire world, will be plunged into chaos." Jiang Shao nodded gently. Theoretically speaking, Hu Wei's inference should be correct. Seeing Jiang Shao nod, Hu Wei turned to look at Song Lan and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Jiang Shao tugged Hu Wei's arm and gestured in the direction of Jiang Sun in the distance. "You go over there." Hu Wei immediately understood Jiang Zhao's meaning and brought Song Lan to Jiang Sun, who was standing in the distance. They also saw the blind lady who was floating in the air. Jiang Sun gave the trio a simple introduction, but did not say much. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "You two don't have any relatives on Earth, right?" "Yes." Song Lan nodded. They had discussed this before. Jiang Shao had mentioned many times that if they had someone they missed and needed to pass a message, Jiang Shao on Earth would help them fulfill their wish. At that time, Zhang Songfu gave his parents' address, but Hu Wei and Song Lan did not give any names. Perhaps the two of them were like Qi Lingjiu from the Tail Feather Brigade, children who grew up in the military. Jiang Shao did not probe further. Jiang Sun said, "My Calamity Shadow world is a complete planet with many places suitable for survival. If you don't want to live in the birch forest, you can bring your child to live in a place with beautiful scenery and a pleasant climate. Yuan Yuan can also grow up well there." Song Lan said worriedly, "No, we can adapt to the climate here. If you really want Yuan Yuan to grow up healthily, he needs to interact with people and children of the same age." Upon hearing this, the blind lady at the side turned around and left. From a moment they met, the couple realized that this woman was very cold. Even when Jiang Shao introduced everyone, she only nodded briefly and did not speak. Without a doubt, she was a star warrior who could destroy the world. It was normal for powerhouses to have their own temper. Hence, Hu Wei and Song Lan did not think too much about it. Jiang Sun pondered for a while and said, "In fact, there's another family in my world. It's a family of 6 who have just given birth to twins. If you're willing to be neighbors with them, I'll go ask them." Song Lan was overjoyed and said, "A family of 6? Not only did they have parents of the same age, but they also had grandparents and 2 newborn siblings?" Such a combination would definitely be much better than living with the children of the savage tribe. Jiang Sun understood what Song Lan meant and said, "Okay, I'll go ask Hai Tian." Ask them. Not far away, the blind lady who was walking forward suddenly froze. The surname Hai was not a big surname. In particular, Jiang Shao had a slip of the tongue and said the word Tian after the surname Hai. Jiang Sun looked upset and secretly glanced at the blind lady, only to find that she had already turned her head and was facing him. She was silently looking at him. There was still one more at 20 p.m. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.